Thank you for the follow, Kudo Pebbles. Holy shit, your style is great. Thank you. Let's see if that's too loud. I need to turn it down a little bit. Music's fine. Nice. Do you work as a creative artist? I'm not sure what a creature. Oh, do you work as a creature artist? No, I just draw stuff. But yeah, I do a lot of creatures because I like creatures. You know. Sometimes I like to do full scenery. Like this is gonna be. Aries, now. Go lay down. Come on. Don't go over there. I just kind of draw whatever comes into my mind. Whenever I try, it always looks like the game's squiggle misshapen. I've never played that game. First time hearing about it. One second, I gotta let my dog out really quick. Looks like he wants to go outside. Well, sorry, I got a cat on a desk making it hard to type. I have this, yeah, I have a similar dog situation. We'll see if I can pull something off out of this. I just wanted like a big head, but I wanted like a scenery around a skull. I was saying whenever I try to draw, what comes to mind, it always comes out the same squiggle and misshapen. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Do you choose brown canvas on purpose? I just like the tone paper. I like working with it. Just a preference. It seems really textured. No, this. I mean, it's pretty not textured. It's like one of the. I don't know. It's at the very beginning of being textured, relative to. I don't know. I have some paper types that have some texture on them. This is pretty flat. I'm sorry, it's pretty smooth. That's the word I was looking for. Pretty smooth. Hold on, now my dog wants to come back in. Well, that's always how it goes. Yeah, no, the pets can be very, very distracting. Can't wait to see what the finished version of this one looks like. I will have a great weekend. Thank you, American Ball Guy. Any advice on organic shapes? No, no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean by organic shapes. Like if you're like trees and stuff or people. I just say like you just gotta like flow with it. Just gotta draw a line and you'll. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Can you tell me what what you mean by organic shapes? That's right. Like Flash, etc. Oh, I mean, as far as shading, like to make it look like Flash, it just depends on like If it's sort of like sweaty flash, then you just have like more saturated light, like you have shaded more like a metallic kind of. Like the more dry something is, the more desaturated the lighting will be on it. It's not gonna be like reflective. I wish I had. I wish I was doing something metallic so I could just show you, but yeah. I guess I don't have any comprehensive advice. I always fail at shading. That's why I switched to 3D. Lol. Oh, do you work in Blender? I did a little bit of blendering myself. In fact, not to brag, but I did a little blendering. Not a lot, just kind of as a fun side hobby, and then I abandoned it because I just wanted to focus on one thing and one thing only, which is kind of drawing. So I use it because I have to. If I never touched it, I'd be even happier. I use it for my project, but I'm not great at drawing or modeling. I want to get better, so I keep at it though. I think the neat thing about 3D modeling software like that is that you can build perfect scenery and know that everything is sort of correct within the perspective can't not be correct. It can only be correct. So that's a neat feature of it. It's got quick iteration time too. Yeah, you can just once you build the 3D thing in there, you can kind of copy and paste it and play around with it a lot easier. So it is, in a sense, like once you get good at one of those, in terms of some things, it's like better to do for prototyping an idea, I think. So yeah, I agree. I like all that stuff. I just had to kind of stop doing it because I was like, well, you know. But yeah, I was making like robots inside a blender. Like I said, I never got super far with it. I was just doing tutorials on YouTube. It seems like YouTube could make you a pretty good, like within a few months you can be not super, not like expert level, but if you just sat there for a few months and you could get decent at it, at making like what you wanted. YouTube got me pretty far. I'm not great, but I managed. Yeah. I'm I'm hop I'm hoping I can find an artist one day so I can have them do it and I can focus on my project. What's your project? Like, what do you need an artist for? Indie game that I'm procrastinating from watching streams. Oh, what's the game about though? I don't know if you're typing all that out or is it like a side scroller or I'm just sort of curious about what kind of game you're out there what kind of games people are out there making. And are you gonna publish it on Steam or just curious? Just curious. It's called Project Calamity. You play as a demigod during the calamity. It's a catastrophic war between heaven and hell with humans caught in between. It's a third person hack and slash with third person shooter elements. Think Warhammer. I should be going into pre-alpha in October as long as I get the art finished by then. Need to show people after all. It's about a year in development so far with about do you have it on Steam wishlist? If you have it on Steam wishlist, I'll wishlist it and check it out and stuff. I don't know if you got it up on there yet. I need art for my page to go public. Oh, okay. So you don't have any art, or you just have some? I mean, making video games is hard, bro. Like that is that is something else. You gotta do the sound, you gotta know how to program it. I mean, it's just like a lot to it, a lot of puzzle pieces. That's why I kind of don't want to get into video games. It's a multi-year project to maybe have a flop, you know. Basically, no, gotcha. Slipknot fan, welcome, man. Says hello, hi. Did you end up watching the Alien movies? I actually didn't do it. I didn't do it. I just was like too tired. By the time I got done with the dog and myself, and by the time I like sat down to relax, like my brain was just like not having it. This looks dope. I'm trying. I wanted like a big head kind of thing going on. Like, you know, like kind of a traveler going through a desert and there's like these tombs and like obelisks and things of that nature. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm just pasting together like concepts, and I wanted like this kind of, you know, old world vibe, maybe like 19th century, maybe retro futuristic. You don't know really, you know. Looking for the Holy Grail vibes. I don't know. I was thinking of like maybe like turning it more towards like Dune or Prometheus, but I didn't want to do I didn't want to do that. Just wanted to, or I was gonna have like maybe like a knight with a sword standing in front of the big head, kind of like challenging a god or something. But I kind of like went away from that idea also. I kind of saw Dusty Wasteland at first. It's looking good. I've been waiting to find the right artists and have a way to pay them. I've been waiting to find the right artists and have a way to pay them. What's the way? How are you gonna pay them? I hope it's money. I hope that's the way you're planning to pay the artist. No shit. Originally, I was gonna have like a big head kind of thing, and then like it made every time I like try to imagine it in like a future, I kept imagining like Prometheus. Like I was gonna have like a staircase kind of circling around the head, like going up, and like sort of like explorer astronauts kind of like going through the staircase. I hate when people go, so I can't pay you now, but I got hopes and dreams in 2 years. I know. I need to check out the finished Aquabob pic. I think it turned out decent as like a little creature drawing. Came together really fast too. And this Stronghold Crusader has some bangers for their music. I mean, this music makes me want to explore like tombs and stuff in a desert. Yeah, I tried making a game one time. It didn't go so well. Like I did it live too. Like everything, all of the work I did it on the stream, and I did it under software and development, and I killed my basically my channel on here, which wasn't very fun. Like within a month, I went from like 12 average viewers to like 3.5. So I'm like, I don't know how you can make. I don't know how I could do something like that. Like, I don't know how you. I don't know how I could do like if I did artwork again for a video game without destroying my channel. Unless I just did it off screen or something. I don't know. because you gotta go in a program and you gotta do all that stuff, and people hated it. I thought there would be enough like crossover between art and video game development that like most of the people would stay. I was very wrong. They did not care. Understandably so. I just thought like it would be like what I was doing was the artwork portion and Sprite and stuff, and I'm like, wow. I learned my lesson about messing with the formula. You do not want to mess with a formula. So now I'm just focusing on just doing the Twitch thing for fun. Because I get to like talk to people and draw. Alright, 1 second. I gotta look up some rifles. I gotta look at what rifles look like. Just copy a generic kind of design to make it look convincing. Believe it or not, I can't remember what. I mean, I know basically what a World War I bolt action rifle looks like, but. Oh, is your game gonna be Crubo Pebbles? Is your game gonna be a 3D game, or is this a 2? Well, you may have mentioned that. I forgot. I want this like Lone Wonder vibe, kind of going to like a Tomb Raider type vibe. Look, kind, you know what I mean? Like, but it doesn't have to be in the 19th century. This could be like retro future. I kind of enjoy the idea of leaving the environment as like sort of the age of what you're looking at as sort of uh, what's the word, ambiguous, kind of like the era, this, right, like the era kind of like could be far future. It's a far future past. Just took a look at the aquatic creature. It came out well. The white charcoal really made it pop. Thank you, man. Yeah, I just wanted like a little bit of a wilder design for it. Have you drawn any owls before? No, I haven't. That could be a good idea. I wouldn't mind drawing like a wise owl. Even though I heard they're actually like kind of dumb on the bird scale. They're like the not super smart bird. Well, like that's what I heard bird experts say. I don't know if that's true. I'm not trying to like. I don't want to get sued for defamation against owls, but I heard they're not that smart. I don't know. They seem like they would be like they look like they have wisdom. They just have like that look like you just you think they look like they know what's going on, but they're actually like comedically stupid. I don't know. That's the theory. That's what I heard from the internet. With the raven, I think ravens and crows are like the smarter. There's those are like the smart birds. Thank you for the follow. Qualon12, thank you for the follow, man. You know what? You know where I need to? I need to go to the desert. I know Jipochi. I know Jipochi. He like part-time lives in Qatar. That's my link. I would never go by myself. I don't know that world, but I would like to spend some time in like the Middle East, but not like the unsafe parts of the Middle East. Just give me the tutorial version. Give me the tutorial version. Obviously, I just want to feel the sand and go back home or whatever, you know. I think the owls being smart is just a symbolic thing, not necessarily a fact. Well, they look the part. They look like they know, you know what I mean? They just look wise and noble and that kind of thing. And with their movements being slow, it adds like this gravity of like, oh, that bird must know what's going on. It's not even moving fast because they can see in the dark. Yeah. Yeah, they got those hyper reflective eyes thing going on. Do you guys think having a cape in a desert would be a hindrance? I don't know. I feel like it would be always be a hindrance more than help. It just the capes make desert walking look a lot more epic. Like some sort of a messiah or something. Even Halo 4 when they were like releasing the trailers, they had Master Chief in like this raggedy kind of cape thing walking around. It adds like this like religious almost element to it. Owls definitely look precipitaceous. Precic Precipitation. I should be able to. It is gonna be sandy. Is it gonna be a sandy landscape? That's how I'm seeing it. Yeah, it's like a sandy landscape. We'll do some effects. I've never done like sand, so I don't know. I don't know how you like portray sand really, but Kamu Wamu says, "Hey man, hey, how's it going, man?" We got Kamu Wamu in the house. Everybody's here. Precicacious equals intelligent. Not if you can't pronounce the word. What the? You can't even say the word, let alone be intelligent. I'm like struggling over here. I feel like I should be able to say. I feel like I know how to say the word. I just can't say it when I'm reading it. If somebody else said it, I'd be able to. I'd be able to repeat it like a parrot. I just need someone smarter than me to be here to pronounce these big words. Kamubamo, how's your morning? Mine is going good. I went to McDonald's and I sinned and got myself a cup of coffee. So, I did a little sinning this morning. You wouldn't believe how long I had to wait for a coffee. They did say sorry for the wait, so I'll let it slide, but it was just like, dude, it doesn't even if you had to make a fresh pot, like it doesn't take that long to make a fresh pot. But it's not half bad. At least they didn't give me coffee that's been sitting there all day. That like super hot lava coffee that's been sitting there, and they try to use a lot of cream to like cover up the foulness of it, which is what happened like last time. I'm like, damn, this is disgusting. Can't believe I just gave him $2.80 for this. McDonald's does good espresso coffee. They're unusually good. For like McDonald's, like their coffee is actually kind of fire sometimes. Like it hits the spot for sure. They figured something out. But you're always at risk because you get a bunch of like, like they don't care that much. If you show up at a weird time asking for coffee, if they got like some, I know you can request for it to be made fresh, like you can say that, and they do have, like, because like sometimes I think we've all had that thing where you go to McDonald's and you ask for whatever, and they give you the thing that's been sitting there for like 4 hours, and it's just like lukewarm, dry, right? We've all had that incident. It doesn't usually happen to fries because fries get ordered a lot and stuff like that. It gets paid attention to, but I've definitely had some shoddy McDonald's stuff given to me before. I'm just too lazy to turn around and go like full Karen on them, you know. I never activate my Karen powers. I keep that hidden. Ah, you're drawing him with hair. I was expecting a turban or a head wrap. Oh, with this music? I don't know. I was just like, because originally I was gonna do like a knight standing in front of like a, you know, like a bad guy, like a final boss kind of scene. So I drew somebody that's like more not Middle Eastern. So like that's kind of like how I ended up here. But we'll give him really dark hair to compensate. I don't know. I think I've like drawn more like European faces more. So like I naturally like if I just kind of sketch, I just naturally do that. It's like I kind of like locked in that. I have to like actively focus not to make it, you know, a bearded like European looking guy. So we can still throw a towel in there. It's not that far into it. Hey Mang music. Middle Eastern is crazy. Bug Karen energy. I don't wait. What's Bug Karen? I have Karen. Like I sometimes I feel Karen inside of me. I'm too lazy to like go make a big deal about it. Like, but I've definitely felt the urge before. Like when they give you like just garbage coffee. It's like, dude, like when you give someone garbage coffee, you just ruin their whole morning and possibly day. Because like now it just started off with like a really bad experience. Big Karen. Oh, okay. I thought maybe it was like I thought maybe that was like a New York, maybe that was like a New York, like a bug Karen is a secret Karen or something, waiting to come out. Most big words sound fancy, but the origin of the word is usually fairly simple. Was the other guy saying persi, persiful, persicacious? Persicacious is just combination of Latin word through, throw and look. Someone that can see through something. Nice. Nitpicking my typos, Big K. I'm just trolling you. Chess brought to life. 4D chess. The picture. No, I just wanted like a. I just wanted like kind of. I don't know. Just lone travelers kind of energy going through tombs and this kind of battlefield on board. No, this isn't like a metaphorical representation, or I mean, I guess it could be taken as that, as like sort of a struggle against power or something like that. But in my mind, it's more like a tomb-esque. I just didn't want to do astronauts and stuff like that again. I just wanted something a little bit more 19th century energy. Have you guys played High Fleet? There's a game. Aries, Aries, no, come on, stop it. He's gonna stand by the door and bark. I know what he's trying to do. He wants to go outside and then he was gonna come right back inside. We're not playing this game again. Come on. I just don't want to get up 15 times during the stream when he's like, he keeps not deciding where he wants to be. I don't know what I saw, lol. Sometimes the local bakery will sell items that they had made yesterday, and when I notice the same cake or pie from the day before, I won't buy it. Should always be fresh cakes or fresh apple pies. In theory, yeah, you would like to see something like that, yeah. I just thought of this music because I felt like it would fit the sort of the Tomb-esque desert vibe I'm going for better. It doesn't have to be the Middle East or whatever. Day-old donuts are my shit. Well, the microwave can bring them back. If you put water on them and throw them in the microwave for a little bit. I had some cheese danishes this morning from the local gas station, and actually they were really good, like oddly good. I never had those before. I just grabbed some and they were like very, very, very good. I finished them before I even got home, to be honest. This picture is definitely going to be like just more like adding elements together and seeing kind of like what sticks. I didn't have any like super solid plans for this one. I'm just kind of like guys, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. No, you put a little bit of water in the air fryer and then cook it like 350 for like 10 minutes. It can also revive a bagel, but I like just a dried stale donut. It tastes good, lol. Yeah, the only issue is in the summer I'm trying to not use AC, so if I run the air fryer for 10 minutes, that's gonna like bring up the temperature of the house. I'm surviving right now. Like I'm trying not to use energy or turning anything on that's like not necessary. Maybe this picture will turn out to be something really cool. We'll see. Right now I'm kind of like, right now I'm like 60-40 on it. I'm like, it could go, it could end up being like really epic, you know, but sometimes like, you know, you start a picture and you're kind of not that I'm not feeling it, but I'm not like super feeling it, I guess. Anyway, I'll be right back. I gotta pee really quick. I gotta be right back. Okay. I feel that, sorry, the number 4 is right below the button for talk to text, so you might get a few 4s from me. Oh, I gotcha. And not sorry like I feel sorry for you, like sorry for the typo, lol. Oh, I gotcha. No, I understand. Oh, Rini Ren, yay, happy Saturday. Nice. I slept in. You know what? I did a little sleeping in myself. After about, I woke up like 6 hours after going to bed, and then like, I woke up for like an hour, I checked all my social media, and I kind of just went back to sleep. So that was wonderful to catch a extra couple Z's. I think I need to like focus more on that as just sleeping enough. I've been doing a really good job, but like sometimes I can't fall asleep, so I have to like just go back to sleep, and usually it super works. I like that kind of sleep. Oh, where you like go back into it? Yeah, like double dip. I wish I could just sleep at like the time I go and just have tight 8 hours, but it never works that way. It's usually like I wake up, I do something for like a little bit, and then I go back to sleep, and yeah, it's a good time. Ever heard of death metal band called Nile? They make metal with Egyptian theme. Their guitarist Carl Sanders has a solo album called Sharian Meditation. Sounds very Middle Eastern and atmospheric. No, I've never heard of that. Sounds like something I might like. Is like like atmospheric metal. Sounds like it'd be like dope for the kind of thing I like. My sleep is all over the place. Sometimes I sleep 8, sometimes 4, sometimes 12. Yeah. Yeah, my sleep was horrible when I had like a real job because like you have to be there at a certain time. So you if you didn't sleep good, that's just on you. I don't have to start work until 12 p.m. I'm lucky in that regard. Yeah, that is lucky. Oh, it's over. What the? I was really enjoying that. I didn't. For some reason, I thought it was like way longer. I always use rain sound when sleeping. Sometimes I just use a sleep mask, just like a silk one. They have them even at like a Dollar Tree for $1, and just like having that like little pressure to keep your eyelids closed can help. I don't know, that worked for me. Oh, I've never heard of that. Uh, there's like a 10-hour rain video on YouTube I always use. Oh, there's a YouTube video called Artillery in a Distance. I like that one. It's oddly calming. I don't know. I can't say that word right now, but you know what I mean. It's like it's very oddly relaxing. Thunder and artillery like in a distance sounds like very kind of super chill. It sounds like a movie soundtrack, very experimental with a mystical vibe. I wonder if you can play a few tracks from that album, or would YouTube stop the stream because of a copyright? I'm not sure. Most likely it would. Most likely it would. Most of the stuff like just takes my money away. Like it just goes. If I play it, for sure something will happen. For sure something would happen, but it's either after the stream to let you know that like such and such company has claimed something and now you're not going to get money for that stream, or something along those lines. Nice. I imagine it feels a lot like thunder. Random noise are always relaxing. A lot of people use pure white noise, but that's not my preference. I think the pure white noise can be really helpful, um, because it prevents you from being able to like hear your thoughts as much. So I get the pure white noise, but the artillery one is like, I don't know what it is about it. And Thunder has a similar kind of vibe to it. I did hear people can play 10 seconds of a song maximum without getting in trouble. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you so much. How was your guys's Brand Hallowell, thank you. Thank you for the good afternoon. I appreciate the raid, you guys. Let me do a shout out. Shout out. Let me be Abe Sin down dash HH. Thank you so much for the raid. How's your guys' stream? 10 centy, thank you so much. My heart, I appreciate it. It's all the same effect as you described, but everyone differs in a grain of randomness. Yeah. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you guys working on over there? I did hear people can play 10 seconds of a song maximum without getting in trouble with YouTube. That is true. You get a certain amount of seconds before something happens, but like I said, usually like I'll try playing like some music that says it's royalty free, and usually it's not royalty free. Hello, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, man. Thank you. What were you guys working on over there on your stream? What kind of shenanigans were you guys up to? Grayscale heart. Maybe I should put a cigarette in his hand. Like he's oh my god, that's gonna look so good. Like he, like to like express the casualness, you know what I mean, of the, for the win. Thank you. I wanna like sell that he's in casual mode, he's just traveling. Is there the same reason an old movie with fuzzy grain is more pleasant to watch compared to watching a crisper, clean, crisp HD movie? Yeah, I get you, yeah. I gotcha. I do agree. Sometimes having like a 4020p movie that's filmed in that resolution is kind of. Wait, hold on. I have to think about how you hold a cigarette. Maybe his finger's up to a little too high. Dab, thank you so much. You don't have to call me master, but I do appreciate it. It helps my it does give my ego a little boost, but you don't have to call me master. FTW is an acronym for the wind. I love it. I love it when they're just casually smoking essay while doing like something outrageous, like whatever, or does anything. It's just so, I don't know. It's just so cool. Lol, sorry, this is text, talk to text. I don't know how many typos you'll get. I'm just gonna lurk now though. Thank you, 10 Centi. Um, Nothing spectacular, just watercoloring a piece I've been working on for a bit. Enjoy your stream, man. I'll head to the kitchen. Thank you, man. I appreciate the raid again. I'm just gonna do my lone wonder. I wonder if Kamu Wamu likes old movies from the 70s. They're pretty fuzzy looking, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Oh, I remember. I didn't watch I don't think I watched the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but I definitely saw the newer one. You're doing really great. Thank you, Chunkzilla. Appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't know what I was gonna do. I just wanted like something monolithic and kind of a lone wanderer type kind of energy. I wasn't even sure if I was gonna like really commit to this, but I kind of like it. By the way, I recently started my career about artwork, and you inspired me a lot. How so? How did you started your career like what, like a studio, or you started working somewhere? I'm really curious. How did I inspire someone to start a career when I haven't started a career? I wanna figure out that dichotomy. Some people actually prefer the remake of Texas Chainsaw Massacre over the original. I saw a game on Steam that was like a short version of that, like it's sort of in Texas or something, and it's like those original Resident Evil games, but it's more story driven, and like it's like a PS1 kind of graphics, and it's sort of loosely based on like that kind of thing. It was really cool. Old movies like Chainsaw Massacre. I didn't see that guy that wrote that. Is there a chat on another platform? Yeah, there's because I stream to YouTube also. That's Slipknot fan on YouTube. I really think I think Slipknot fan just needs to go over to Twitch, because that's where Kamu Wamu is. It's like he communicates with you through me like a ghost. I just have to deliver his messages to you. I do line work online. Nice. Wait, how? Like you got a job doing line work online, but like how? Like I don't get where you get a job like that. Like for a company or something? Did you ever get an answer on the dish soap spray for flies from the other day? No, no. Yeah, is there a specific brand of soap you're supposed to use for killing flies or because it seems like when I've used a spray bottle before, it did nothing to the fly. Like nothing. So I don't know if it's just me as a freelancer. Nice. Nice. Yeah, being a freelancer is the best in terms of like freedom and creativity. Like that is the positive of it. Is like it's the incredible level of freedom you get. Yeah, he just randomly like dropped that and then disappeared. I was like, well, cause I never heard that either, and I've lived, a lot of places in the U.S. Yeah, there has to be something else to it. I mean, unless he means like a very specific like soapy soap that makes him get stuck and then you finish him off or something. Oh, welcome, Comrade Soul. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the sunflower emoji. Maybe that particular fly was just badass. No, I would have ran some tests. I run tests pretty thoroughly. You know, I would have experimented with that enough that I would see a pattern. I did one time. I bought like that roach killer stuff. Like, I have a couple versions of bug killing elements in my kitchen drawer or whatever. And I sprayed one cockroach with it, and all it did was like build up the fuzzy foam, and it just crawled out of it and kept going. And I'm like, whoa, they make roaches different nowadays. Like these new roaches are like, they're like on a whole different like level. They're not even trying to die from chemicals anymore. You have to like physically squash them. The there's like this funny thing if you've ever seen the movie My Big Fat Greek Wedding, where the father sprays Windex decks on everything because I guess it's like a joke that the Greeks are obsessed with Windex. I don't know, maybe there's something like that. I don't think I've ever known anyone that was Greek in my life. Oh my god. You guys are gonna spoil me with all of these like raids. I feel like I don't deserve it because I'm like drawing something like random. Let me give you. Oh yeah, let me do a shout out. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Shout out. Wait, is it dash shout out? Dash shout out. Savage Condition. Nice. Thank you for the raid, man. How was your stream, Savage Condition? Just finishing up an art stream and had to come in and see what you were working on. Thank you, man. What was your guys's theme for the night? Thank you for the follow, Maria Prism and Savage Condition. Thank you for the follows, guys. Pretty good. Ended up working on some gothic realism and ended up doing bubbles at the end. Lol. It can kind of work out that way. Nice. I just wanted. I was going for like a mystical, sort of traveler kind of vibe. I guess maybe like if you've seen the Halo 4 trailer, like where Master Chief is walking in robes in a desert, like that kind of vibe. Just a lone wanderer, maybe looking for the Holy Grail, you know, a little bit of that. Ever since I moved to Wales. How's Wales? I've heard of that country before, but I know nothing except the name. I know the shitloads of spiders. They're very arrogant. They're very arrogant. They try to walk on my face even when I'm awake. It's one thing crawling on the sleeping guy's face, but awake guy. That's crazy. I remember back in Eastern Europe, like we would have like bigger versions of the daddy long legs, and they were like a lot bigger. And if you would look under the side of like buildings, there would be like massive, like hundreds and hundreds of them like stuck to each other. I don't know why like they would do that, but they just kind of like created these like gigantic spider hives under everything basically, and they were gigantic. I think because like Belarus has like moats and stuff, they just create like the biggest mosquitoes and spiders you've ever seen. At least like the daddy long legs, they were like twice as big as the American ones, like twice the size. I've got Instagram if you like to see, but no worries if not. Yeah, you can drop your Instagram in here for sure. That's awesome. Love me some fantasy. Oh, heck no, spiders should be hidden so they can live their lives so I can live mine. Yeah. I'm a lot more tolerant of spiders as I've gotten older. I'm not as, like, you know, I won't go out of my way to get rid of them. Like, if they're in the bathroom, like, kind of just chilling in the corner, I'm not going to, like, care too much, but I think humidity is a spider's favorite. I think maybe, yeah, because they don't need to, like, get to a water source. Yeah, I'm the same. I'll just leave the spiders be nowadays. I don't want to kill life unnecessarily. Yeah, if it's not, like, if they're not being territorial and they just kind of stay, like, in their, like, little pocket, or even if I see them, you know, but they're just kind of chilling in their, like, little world, I don't go out of my way. Tell Kamu Wamu there's a good horror movie called Let's Scare Jessica to Death, 1971. He might like it. Oh, there you go, Kamu Wamu. You have a fan on my YouTube channel who likes deliver messages. I will say though, I definitely did develop like some ADHD brain from the internet and having like sort of like being exposed to modern life, because like I was trying to watch Aliens 2 the other night, and I had a really hard time not like reaching for my phone. Like it was like a genuine struggle. Like it was not a like, you know, I would turn everything off, but then I would like just I'd be like, let me just peek at my phone. Let me just take a quick look at like what's going on there. It's like a lot harder to like get through a whole movie, whereas it used to be like way different, you know. Something definitely did. I think we're all slowly developing ADHD brain. if I'm not entertained like at every possible second, I just can't take it. I guess drawing is the only thing I can do, like without being externally. I guess even this I turned into a multiplayer experience by streaming, right? Like I'm reading chat while I draw, so I kind of like did the same thing here. Thanks. I'll keep the movie in mind. Kamuwamu says thanks. I'll keep the movie in mind. Slipknot fan. He says he'll keep the movie in mind. What's the name of it again? I'll send myself email as a reminder. It's called Let's Scare Jessica to Death 1971. That's the name of the movie. Wait, which side? A bolt action, it'd be on the right side, right? Like the little thing you pull back and forth to reload. I'm gonna put a little ball here and like connect it up later. That would make sense for it to be like in this area. I'm sorry, I'm not a gun expert. My guns are like I draw mostly fantasy guns because I'm not... Partially because I like to make stuff up, but I don't really know. I only know like very surface level knowledge of weapons, so I have to like think about it a little bit. I know that when you pull the trigger, the thing goes pew pew. Pew 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 pew. Right hand side, close the scope, I think. Close the scope, I think. I've never been much of a phone person, but I've been more since meeting my wife. She's glued to hers. Yeah, the phone has become like, the thing is like, I basically, like, when I leave the computer, the phone comes with me, and I keep like watching YouTube. Like, there's no time when I'm not watching something, basically, unless I'm like unless I'm like streaming or something, or gaming. But no, actually, when I game, like, basically, like, the internet comes with me at all times. It never leaves anymore. So it's like, I didn't get a phone till I was like 19 years old, though. Like, it took me forever to get a phone, and it was like a super rinkety dink, like just something to be able to call, I don't know, the two people I associated with. But now my phone is just like, I just listen to podcasts like nonstop. Like, I can't even, to come to think of it, I don't know what I would do if I had to go to bed without my phone, like, and not have like some sort of white noise, like some sort of show on about something. And it's crazy how much content there is now. Like, you can get the freshest, like, you don't even have to like look at old stuff. 24/7 people are releasing like day by day, like, just news and everything. It's kind of crazy how much. Sometimes I'll look at a video and it's like, this is from 10 hours ago. I'm like, oh, that's old news. I can't listen to that. This isn't even new. It's from like last night. I need like the most updated info right now. This isn't going to be the freshest take. Nice. Let's kill Jessica. I think it's let's scare Jessica to death. I will. It's called Let's Scare Jessica to Death, 1971. I will email my brain. I feel the same about your ADHD comment. I recently started reading again. It was really difficult to maintain focus, but I got better at it eventually. Still read entire pages without comprehending it. Oh yeah, I disappear, dude. I will like legit disappear into like yeah, like I'm reading but I'm not comprehending like what's happening. It's kind of crazy how that slowly happened. We're all collectively like losing our ability to stay focused on anything for more than 2 seconds. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Mono nom. Thank you. Appreciate the follow. Oh man, almost 1100. I needed 1100. I was like 17, 18 and have only had 5 phones in my life. Okay, you got it 17, 18. Yeah, I was a late bloomer. I didn't get my phone for a while. I didn't have any reason to. Like, like I didn't talk to anyone. I don't know. You have to have people to talk to, and I was just like, I don't know. I guess I just don't need a phone. I had like a local job that I drove to. You know, it was just a sweet, chill life. Come on, like you're not giving yourself nearly enough credit. Like you quit cigarettes. Who quit caffeine? You quit air. Wait, I didn't. I'm drinking. I'm drinking a coffee as we speak. I said this morning I sinned and I went out and got a coffee. You quit air conditioning, lol. You could totally put your phone down if you wanted to. No, because that's my last link to happiness. I have nothing else. Like once the phone, like what am I supposed to listen to my internal thoughts? No, thank you. Maybe you should actually practice like some meditating or something. No, especially since you're like home all the time. You don't want to know. Go a little loopy. You're not completely isolated because you have a bus. You have a bus? I don't have a bus. But you know what I mean? Keep your mind strong. I feel like I meditate when I draw. That's kind of like it's like the same hallucinatory experience, right? Like when you just like sit there. I remember my one friend getting a Nokia 3310. It was the talk of the town. You have us. Yeah, I do have you. Thank you. And I appreciate the community. I can easily watch a movie without having to check my phone or computer. That's crazy, dude. That's Slipknot fan. That's insane. To me, a movie is almost like something I turn on and like I just turn the movie on so I can say I watched it, and then I go in the kitchen with my phone and like start doing dishes, and I'm like, yeah, I saw it. Yeah, drawing is essentially the same as meditation, doesn't it? It feels like that a little bit. I kind of feel that. I'm sure doing a lot of yapping today, which is actually kind of nice. My eyes were getting tired from drawing for like 7 hours straight. So all this yapping is like giving my eye time like rest. I think it's been my diet too. Like I've been letting my diet slip, and I've been eating just more like garbage lately. And I feel like it really affects, like now that I'm like 35 and I draw like a lot of hours, I definitely feel like you feel it like when your diet gets gross, like you can feel like your eyes can't like focus as long as many hours, you know. I used to be able to do not that long ago like 8 hours every day and like no issues, and now it's like once I like let my diet slip and I've been eating garbage, it's just I can feel like, you know, this morning I'm like, damn, I could probably take today off and I'd be fine, you know, just to like stare at things that are further away than like 2 feet in front of me. I was one of the first people in England to own an iPod. Wait, what? I was one of the first people in England to own an iPod. I bought one of the first generation's iPods for 400 euros. Very few people had them. That's crazy. I was honestly like pretty disinterested, and I only got a phone really like now I would get rid of my phone again if it wasn't for all this two-factor authentication stuff. I honestly like I literally you have to have a phone now, but if it wasn't for that, I just wouldn't have it. I think driving is meditation the same way too, especially if one knows where they are going. When I'm lost while driving, that doesn't feel like meditating at all. No, yeah, you have to like turn your brain on. Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. Have you ever pulled up to like a four-way stop sign, but you didn't check? You forgot to see if it was a four-way, and you're just like, wait, am I supposed to go? I didn't check like who's supposed to go. So embarrassing. Like most moments in my life, so embarrassing. No, I mean like in my experience, anyways, it's incredibly effing hard. Like competitive. When I can't fall asleep, too, I will try to down, lay count from 100. So it's very rare that I'll get past 80 before I'm like into the next spot. It's bad, but yeah, it's just like building up your stamina for concentration. I suppose I don't know, but it's definitely beneficial for I would say everyone on some level, especially these days, like with all the technology and stuff. I had traveled too many tech stories to find out when the next batch of iPods were available. I was desperate to own one. Yeah, I just didn't. I never liked the idea of that. My thing is I hate the idea of giving people money every month. That's what I don't like. You know what I mean? I might eventually, like when I get older, get some chickens and go build like a cabin and get my own like water kind of thing going. I really hate like you know just blowing through money like it's like I don't even really need a phone. They're like forcing it on me, kind of with the two-factor stuff. But if my friends need me, they know where I am, right here. I don't know if I should have added white to the hair. That might have been a mistake. Chicken sustainable living. No news is good. Yeah, I've been watching this. Uh, Lol. Yeah. Did I just run over a kid? Probably not, but I'm not completely sure. Um, I was about to say, yeah, I've been watching like this guy who kind of lives with solar panels, and he built like this 5x5 like little house in a forest, and I'm like, that seems so cool. Like he just has like a little chimney, like a little furnace thing, and just hangs out and fixes lawnmowers. I'm like, that seems kind of like very cool. His expenses are like nothing because all his food comes from his like chickens. So his groceries are like, you know, if your chickens are like in a forest, do you have to feed them, or do they just kind of ambiently feed? Become a homesteader? Oh, do a street homesteader streaming channel? Yeah, I. The only thing is, like one time I grew some tomatoes, and it took like months and months of effort and watering to get like 30 cents of what tomatoes. Like I'm like it might have been easier just to buy them at this point because like I'm learning that I remember seeing like people post about like we should not have lawns, we should have like gardens, and it's like, yeah, go do it. Like, cause I did it and it's a lot of effort. Like, it's way harder to do it by hand. I mean, it was my first time, so maybe I was like not efficient or something, but and like the tomato or the potatoes I got were like a handful, and I'm just like, dude, I would die if I were like living off my own food. I would not make it very far. Although I did get a crazy amount of those miniature tomatoes, it's just that like, just the level of effort required was like kind of crazy. Bushcraft is mad lol. New England tour soon. I'll book your shows. I just read a book by an American guy living in the 1840s. He just decided to live off the land. The book was called Walden. It was an excellent book. Nice. It seems so cool, right? Like doing that seems so cool because like once you get set up, you're sort of like once you got the chickens and you're just going there like every morning throwing some food and you got your logs, you know, you kind of go into like the slow mode lifestyle, you know. It's very cool. I don't know, something about it like appeals to me. I think Lechen Barbach says G luck. I think he means good luck. Thank you, man. I'm not gonna do it tomorrow or anything like that. I do like the idea of living in like a miniature house, and just having chickens and solar panels. If you're able to forgo like the air conditioning, you really don't need a whole lot of electric power to like heat up a kettle or run a little fan or something. It doesn't take, a crazy amount of power to do that. But if you're gonna be doing like a whole, if you're gonna be doing like I want to be at 68 degrees all year round, then that's gonna be an issue. Gardening gets easier. It's just like you have to put a routine and get used to it, just like cleaning your house. I don't even do that. I let it get dirty, then I clean all of it. And worker, whenever you wind up like morning, you know how to do it faster and better, and it's not so hard. The first time doing anything is a big project. It's hard, especially like alone. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Mr. Big Cookie says greetings from Sweden. Oh, nice. I think I've talked to Swedish people before on here. I'm 90% sure I have. Nice. Just to have it like a second property, even if you don't want to like commit to living like that nonstop. I think David sell the prefab homes on Amazon for like 30,000 grand or something. Yeah. I mean, I lived without air conditioning like this whole year so far, so I know I can do that. Like, and it was a hot year, so I know my body can like take the heat. Like, I don't mind like, I don't mind that part. Future oil painter, welcome, man. How's your day going? I feel like this picture is turning out a lot more stylized than normal. Like, I think I need to shade more to like unstylize it. What you working on today, Future Oil? What kind of shenanigans are you up to? Maybe I should call this piece like the Monolith or something like epic. I feel like it needs like a more epic name for me to connect to it. I was up late working on my new painting. Yeah, what is your new painting? Just woke up. Well, nice. Yeah, what are you working on now? If you want to remind us. I forgot. I've been chatting to too many people and now I've forgotten what the thing was. It's a scene I took from a Rambart documentary. He was a great painter from the 1600s. Had a sad ending. The Marble Man, Marlborough. Gawain seeking the Green Knight. The painting shows his only daughter visiting him towards the end of his life, so I took a snip it view with my cell phone. That sounds interesting. Maybe I should draw some people like by the skull kind of back there to like kind of give emphasis of like how big the scale of this is. You know what I mean? Like if I draw some tiny people back there, it's gonna make the skull look way big. I'll post an update on my Insta so you can check it out. Alright, man. Nice. If you were to edit a cigarette and he was representing a chess piece, then Marlboro, you can add the camel to show scale. Add some camels in the background. And maybe I should like add like little huts or houses or something. No, I kind of don't want to add houses because it's gonna ruin the aloneness of it. And this guy, he's out there. He's out there fighting the elements. At least that's like what I feel. Oh my god. Neo Realms. Neo Realms, thank you for the follow, man. I'm rambling, lol. Nice. Just gonna kind of work on this guy for a little bit, so we'll just kind of zoom in here a little bit. Oh my god. Resop Miri Pus. Thank you. I appreciate the follow. Greetings, I like that you are doing traditional. Nice. Yeah, that's kind of like what I stick to for the most part. I never, ever since I started streaming, I just do tradish. I'm like, I already got the table and everything else. I might as well just kind of go down this road. And I just like connecting with the, you know, I just like working with my hands and that kind of thing. I guess when you do digital, you're still using your hands, but you know what I mean. Call me Rezo. Rezo. Your eye is awesome. Your eye is awesome. Thank you. I wish I was able to see highlights as you can. I wish I was able to see highlights as you can. Yeah, it just takes practice, you know. You kind of get the instinct for where you want to emphasize things. There's a little bit of cheating going on too, where the light wouldn't really fall, but you want to emphasize something, and it's, you know, do a little overemphasis in some areas to sell an idea. Today seems busy on Twitch. There's a high population today. Everyone's hanging out on Twitch. It's nice to see traditional on stream. Not many people do it. The ones that do traditional on stream usually do traditional subjects, portraits, and such. Yeah, yeah. I like to bounce around pretty broadly subject wise. I get bored of just drawing like eldritch creatures or warfare or whatever. You know, I like to visit those things, but I like to kind of like go into other subjects. Like this is like a desert theme, whatever. Monolithic structures in the background. You know, man's like struggle kind of thing. You know, but I don't like to just be like bugs, 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 or you know, very similar looking warfare stuff. I definitely like to visit those things, but I know. But in the end, I find more easy to add graphite more than highlight on tone paper. Probably a lack of practice from me, but I like when people can do it like you do. Thanks, man. I sometimes stream while painting, but I don't get many viewers, probably because I'm boring and I haven't figured out how to play music lol. The thing is, I think I was worried about that too. I thought initially, like, to, like, have, like, anyone watch you had to be, like, super edgy or whatever, which is untrue. You can be super generic. I'm the living proof. I'm the living proof that you can be generic. And for whatever reason, people will watch. But yeah, I think mostly you don't get a lot of viewers. You have to like stream a lot to like build up an audience. So I think that's like like any kind of an audience. You know what I mean? So it's just mostly that's mostly an attrition game. Like you can like, you know, be anybody and somebody will find you interesting, even if you're like not talking or something. But like it's more of an attrition game, I think. But if you were, let's say, an edgy, I don't know, commentator on things, that is a much faster way to grow because you will because it's the spicier content definitely grows a lot faster, right? Like art is a niche thing. There's less people that will be interested in it overall, so you have to put a lot of hours in if you wanted to like have a Twitch channel that's like sort of growing and stuff like that. It just takes a lot of effort and time. Not so much. Well, yeah, just not so much like being boring, because that's sort of, it's hard to say what boring is, you know. Because I didn't think anybody would watch people draw. Like I'm like, who would, you know? But yeah, it's just people will watch it. But yeah, as far as music, you can you literally just play like music off YouTube and stuff. Just mostly gaming music, because that's what you're not gonna get copyright strikes for. And even some of that music is not all that safe. So you like slowly figure out what you can and can't play, kind of thing. open what they're going to play the music off of in the second browser, or use a Spotify or your Apple Tunes or whatever you use to play music. Yeah, you'll have your desktop audio, and you have to like kind of make sure that that's going to Gorgeous. Go on YouTube and ask for a tutorial on Streamlab basics. I would use OBS. But yeah, Streamlabs is fine. Kumawamu for me. For me, Twitch is quite nice to have in the background while I'm doing something else, like playing a game or cooking. It's actually better for me if the streamer is chill and not constantly chattering. Sorry, Kamuwamu. Today has been the opposite. There's just a lot of people talking. Like, I feel like I have to respond to them. But I understand what you mean. Normally this chat is dead. Like, normally it's just dead chat. But I try to get to all the comments, so. Lol. Oh no, sorry, that wasn't meant to be a criticism. Or just, I'm sure you're gorgeous. Oh, thank you, whoever you're talking to. I'll just kind of accept that that's for me. I'll take it. Yuri sniped my compliment to you. Um, Wait, what was the comment that you were referring to? He took it, plundered? Yeah, I had to take that. You have to have delusional self-confidence to win. You know what I mean? You have to just believe that it is about you. Method acting? We should zoom out a little bit. I'm trying to like kind of use lighting in a different way too. Like I'm trying to experiment with lighting and stuff. So that's been kind of difficult. You know, I'm trying to like push the lighting agenda and not just like kind of do like that, like, you know, higher contrast in the front, lower contrast in the back kind of thing. I want to actually try and achieve that, like some more like the way I did with the Alien, where there was like a very powerful kind of purposeful light source that was intended to emphasize something. I'm trying to like bring that more into my artwork, and so, you know, it's not easy. It hasn't been easy. Because I mean, light seems like it's like sort of simple, right? But it's like it's not. It's not simple. It is a struggle. Where is Jipochi? He's at work. Jipochi is currently working in a different country, but he'll be here. He'll be here. He's just like he's in the background. He needs to make money. I did also criticize him for taking his job more seriously than watching the stream. We're all very disappointed, but I'm sure he'll be back. I'm sure we'll get Jipochi back soon. He just needs to get done with his work. He's in the same position as this man. He's out there doing his thing. I could give this guy like a little aviator hat or something. We're not too far into the process. Did you get around to watching Alien? I'm going to watch Blade Runner tonight, I think. I haven't watched it watched it for about 10 years. The original or 2049? I think you're talking about the original, right? Because I don't think the new one has been out for that long. But no, I did start it, but I was too tired. By the time I fed the dog and fed myself, and Got all the stuff done. It was like 10:30. I was just like, I was basically like spent. I wasn't gonna be able to like pay attention to the movie at that point, so I just kind of bowed out and just kind of like turned on YouTube and fell asleep. Oh my god! Thank you, Maximinian. Maximinian, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I recognize Jipochi's names, but I don't think it's from this stream. Oh, there's a Jipochi in here for sure. We have a Jipochi. I think Jipochi kind of, he went to work kind of right before, like, kind of the same era time as you. I still talk to him on Instagram and stuff. I send him memes and stuff. He's just in a different country working right now, so he stops by. He stops by and stuff. Once in a while, but just, he's just busy right now. Thank you for the emoji, Mexi Minion. I appreciate the emoji. I love your xenomorph on your Insta. Love your art style. Thank you. I wish I could, like, I'm not even sure how the xenomorph turned into like the way it looked. It's like it just came out. I thought it was genius. I thought it was one of my better works, and I can't seem to always grab that energy. It's like I can sometimes tap into it, and I thought the xenomorph had that, and like I was on a different level. Probably because I need to like make sure I do sketching before I start drawing. That's an issue I always have. Is like I won't sketch before drawing, and so it's like it comes off weaker. The body positions and stuff, and it's better to get warmed up for like 30 minutes. Oh yeah, it's part of the rifle. Okay, sorry, I'm just... I feel like that hand is too short. It just needs to be like extended a little bit. It's like too short or something. Finding the light source is super hard for me. There's something called remembrant lighting. It's really powerful, a good way to practice though. I guess all practice is good practice. Is setting up like a still life and using a singular light source. Like set up an object to several objects on a table out the room and then shine a single flashlight or whatever on it. Yeah. Practice drawing that kind of thing until your brain kind of learns how light bounces off different objects and materials and shapes and whatever. It's a little chore, but I mean you know what a few months or a year even training in grand scheme of things, right? Kim Jung-ji said that you'll be a better artist in long run by not relying on sketching. Kim Jong-ji said you'll be better artist in the long run, but by not relying on sketching. That's not a direct quote, but pretty much what he said. Starting to make some fake-looking people, starting to make some fake-looking people like painting on Instagram, like paintings on Instagram, for example. I see man's name, but pic shows a model woman, and they got 0 posts. I think IG was trying to say that it's best. I think GI was trying to say that it's best to try one's best to do the pre-planning in one's head. Yeah, I would have to listen to what he like meant by that. Like what his thoughts on that before giving my take on it. But it just seems to me like sketching is the beginning phase, and you're just practicing sort of like in the same way that, like, I don't know, like when you do the opening moves in chess and they kind of like they already kind, you know, I don't know, it just seems like you gotta practice the beginning phase to like you gotta sketch a lot to be able to do a full picture without sketching, if that makes sense. So it seems like you can't like if I have like because then the problem is the sketching is where the brain work happens. That's the part where your brain is challenged. If I were to not be able to, like, if I were to fully render out everything I go for, even if it goes badly, it would be worse because I'm spending time rendering and not thinking, and then I would not be able to like get better, I guess. So I think like I just don't see how you could separate sketching. Like if I did a full picture every time I try to draw something or whatever, I don't know. Like I said, I'd have to like listen to what he's talking about in terms of like what he meant by that. And to build, like, I feel like to build up the arsenal that you can reliably rely on, you have to sketch a lot. So, you know what I mean? Like, to be able to, like, confidently pull off certain shapes and, like, body positions that you want without having to necessarily, like, struggle, you have to sketch. He did say that he spent a lot of his formative years just sketching and rotating geometric shapes. Yeah, that's sort of like, I'm like, it seems like you know, I feel like you can't bypass the one without getting to the other, so. I think for one, people's brains are just different. That's true. That's 100% true. I feel like doing the sketching in your head, you miss out on training your hand to do what your brain wants it to. I think it's the reason people are reason that there are people who start in grayscale versus color, shapes versus lines, tight rendering versus painterly and loose. I'd say try everything and stick with what works best for you. Yeah, I think that it's sort of like he's saying, like, you should think more in your head, like have more of the geometry like locked in your head without sort of putting like this on paper so your brain no longer has to work on it. Put this on paper so your brain doesn't have to remember it. He's saying, like, if you keep both of these things, geometric things, in your mind, that requires more processing power. It'll, like, you'll be, that's all true, except that he spent his childhood building up that skill, right, by sketching. So it's like, it's kind of like, yeah, like, if you can do that, but the problem is like, you have to train to reliably be able to put those assets on the paper, which requires sketching. But I get what he's saying. Once you get to a point where you can hold more of the image in your head without putting it on paper, that way you can have a more defined image that you can not put on paper, like in a more of an experimental way, but more of a like a reliable, you know what you're imagining, and that you can get it on paper like the way you're seeing it in your head. I get what he's saying. Like, you have to eventually start, like, you have to be able to, like, imagine it, and that's what you're gonna put on there, without you know, having a bunch of, like, experimental stuff. But it just requires so much time to get to that point. He is efficient. He is efficient at directly drawing because he did it inefficiently for years. Right. And like I said, I would have to hear what he's saying, because like, you know what I mean. I would have to hear it from the horse's mouth to like get what the idea, the main thing. I'm not trying to challenge the guy at all. Like I get that he's a legend. I'm just merely saying that sort of my thoughts on it. I don't want someone to clip what I'm saying and be like, Yuri thinks that this legend had no idea what he was doing. I'm just giving my thoughts on it. Neo Realms, you need to art battle him. Well, the guy he's referring to, I think he's passed. That might be tough. Given he passed. Yeah, true. Rest in peace. Died young too. 47, I think. Random heart attack. That's crazy. Yeah. I heard he was like one of those 12-hour people. He would draw for like 12 hours a day, which I can't do. Like I literally can't, like physically can't do it because my eyes can't see after 7 hours. Like everything starts to like double. I was joking, of course. I actually did not know he was. Wait, I actually did not know he was dead. I think you mean you did know, right? I think you mean you did know. But we understand. We understand. It was a funny joke. Or I guess maybe morbid. I don't know. Frog is. Hello there. Hi, frogs. Well, that's quite the light that shines brightest dies of a heart attack. Right. Yeah, there's something to that. It does seem like the truly genius minds either go insane or something happens where it's like, I don't know if it's because they're inside the room, like breathing in the same oxygen for too many hours. I don't know, but it does seem like there's like true genius is like super close to true like madness kind of thing. Not to try and sound like profound or anything, but you know what I mean. I should change your name on Twitch. Do you want me to just call you Frog? Do you mean like Froggies? I'll call you whatever you want. Spider almost took me out 8 years ago. Nice. Nice. I might have been taken out by a spider, but yeah, I would never know. Right? Like you just never know if you sat in a chair where there was like a black widow or something like that, or a wolf spider or whatever we have in Illinois here that can kill you. I'm no expert on it, but you just never really know. I know I've been stung for some reason, like bugs, like the stingy bugs. I've been stabbed by like bees and wasps like my entire life, and I've come across people who have never had that incident. And you know, I'm almost like over the fear of it. Like I know exactly what it's gonna feel like. It must be something with like my, I don't know. It's like their infrared tech for bees is like perfectly designed for like my skin or something. Like they can see me glow brighter because I've been bit a lot by like the stingy bugs. First incident being that I held, like when I was a little kid, I held a bee in my hand. Like I put it in my hand and just held it like that until it stung me. And that was my first time. That was my first like experience with a bee. I read black spider was sitting in the toilet that was taking a dump in once. Wait, I read black spider was sitting in a toilet that was taking a dump in once. Well, name changed. Froggy the Magic Frog. Okay, that makes sense. Froggy the Magic Frog. I've been noticing on Twitch there's like this frog trend. I don't know what that's about, but I noticed there's a lot of like frog names. I'm almost tempted to like take white charcoal to this. I know it's gonna be sad looking when I do it. It's gonna look like I'm just destroying the piece, but just the way I render the other pieces, I'm thinking about taking like white charcoal to this part and re-rendering this. Sorry, that wasn't very well constructed sentence. Basically, I'm saying a poisonous spider could have bit me on the arse while I taking a shit. Exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying, is that you never really know when something like that can happen. So I think I'm gonna do upper side white and then do black at the bottom, and this will be like the blacked out part. So we'll see. This is gonna look like I'm about to do something horrific, but it's actually gonna, I think I'm gonna is gonna help. I've been trying to integrate the pastel idea with the blending and stuff, so we'll see here. It's gonna look gross for a second. Hold on, guys. You just have to trust Papa that this is for a greater good. I'm trying to get away from the superly overly careful. I was doing this with my sketches, and it was really turning into something really cool with the sketches, you know. And then I'm gonna take my French pencil here and just do the bottom black and kind of work all that in with the brush and re-render all these areas. Obviously I still got to do the bottom completely. I haven't even touched that, but we'll do a bit of the rifle with that. You know what else I noticed? When I was watching Aliens 2, not all the way through, but I didn't watch it all the way through, but I watched like a quarter of it, and I noticed that Ripley had, there was like this, the same way in the 1950s, there was like that transatlantic accent that didn't really exist in America. The 1980s had their own like 80s accent that movie stars would do, just the way she spoke. I don't know how to like really describe it, but there was a like distinct kind of accent that she had. The 1980s movie girl. I don't know. I do think like different eras develop like different accents, kind of, in especially in like movies. I changed name 3 times and I almost spawned here in your chat. I'm on Twitch after like a month, I think. I changed names 3 times, and sometimes I spawn here in your chat. I'm on Twitch. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. She had a push American accent. She had a posh. Oh, posh American. Yeah. It's weird, right? I think Weaver was quite educated, Ivy League and such. Posh, yeah. I love that posh American accent from 1920s, or around about that time. Yeah, the transatlantic kind of like accent that like it. What's weird is it wasn't real. Like nobody spoke like that. It like American movies like developed their own way of speaking. I'm not gonna do it in the attempt. I don't want to embarrass myself, but you've all heard it. The old timey kind of voice. But my eye is itchy. X XP Wizard says D2 music is the best. I can't believe Sigourney Weaver is 75 now. Is that true? Isn't that crazy? That's crazy, dude. I'm 35, so what's the age difference? Someone do the math on that real quick. Oh wait, that's simple. 6, 5. So she's 45 years older than me? What the? Um, the same with British. No one speaks with a stereotypical aristocratic voice anymore, not even the remaining aristocrats. Is it because it's too much? It's like too on the nose to be like too uppity like that? You know what I mean? Is it too, like, it's too, it's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's a little too much. It's cooler now to be like not cool and speaking of more like, I want to say like maybe, I don't want to say peasant, but like more like down to earth, like I'm one of the people kind of way. D2 music is best thing about Czech Republic is that we have one of the worst politics. Nice, thank you. There's a politician in Britain called Jacob Rees-Moggs. I'm not going to comment about the politics, but he has a fantastic accent of a British person from 200 years ago. Yeah, sometimes you gotta. It depends on like your face too. Like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Right? Like you gotta find your notes that work for you. If that makes sense, you gotta like see, you know, because for some people it's gonna work in their favor, and some people it's gonna like make them seem elitist or whatever. You know. Um, Night Vision, Czech Republic, Czech politics still can't be as bad as Kurds have it. Gonna head out, but thanks for the stream and good luck with the rest of the drawing. Thank you, Brent Hollowell. Hollowell, thank you. Appreciate you sticking around. Are you working? Are you working out the age difference between you're trying to work out if it's appropriate? If to be attracted to Sigourney Weaver, don't worry, bro. It's all good. No, I was just she was attractive. You know what I mean? Like I don't like in the especially in the first movie, I thought she was attractive. I just never thought about how much older she was than me. You know. Because these actors, they kind of get saved. I still think of Arnold Schwarzenegger as like a 45-year-old man. Like I remember him from the Terminator. And whenever you see like clips of him now, it's like, oh geez, Mr. Grandpa over there. You know, it's just weird like seeing people age because you just remember them at their best. Second, I gotta sharpen this up really quick. feel a little bit like this fell off a hill almost. I don't know. We'll push through though. I'll push through this. See where this ends up. I feel like this picture has been like problematic from the start. It's definitely fighting me. I think just doing creatures is always easier. Maybe I'm just drawing too many hours and I'm just not seeing like what objectively like what I need to be seeing, but I feel like I'm struggling on this one. Like when I was doing the alien, I like knew, I'm like, this is gonna be fire. I'm like, this is gonna be just fire right from the start. I'm like convinced of how right I am. Are you working out the A? I'm kidding. She's Stone Cold Fox. I swear I'm gonna cry more when Arnie dies than I did when the Queen died. Lol. Your art is really good, by the way. Can you tell fave music during aging is well confusing? Aging is well confusing. My favorite music during probably like metal or techno. Like I don't know. I don't have like a strict. I don't have like a favorite. You know, I like techno and metal, but I also like sort of like Hans Zimmer-ish kind of music that kind of like scores from movies that are like epic. So like I kind of bounce between those three. But I'm not a hater of other forms of music, but you know, I think I have a pretty wide palette for musical tolerance. But yeah, epic music scores, metal music, and then I almost feel like because I'm streaming, like I'm like I have to make this work. I can't like let myself walk away from an idea. You know what I mean? I'm like I cannot let this fail. I'm like, because like when I was sketching the other day, for those who are here, things were going like everything I was putting down on paper was like just genius. Like it was just like this is great, 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 and then like I start today and I'm just like, I even had a sketch. I even had a sketch, and it's just I'm like over here, kind of like, kind of struggling, not struggling, but just sort of in this weird. Um, no, I think it looks good. The perspective looks great with the bluish color you put. Looks like it could work out nice. I love Hans Zimmer, the music in Blade Runner 2048. Dude, moi, I kiss the guy's feet. Uh, bye. I hope you don't feel. Thank you, Froggy, the magic frog. Um, I do love Hans Zimmer. I just mean like the Hans Zimmerish kind of like that type of music where it's sort of like neoclassical, because I tried listening to real classical music and it's a little bit it's not, I feel like it's a little bit unpalatable for the modern sort of taste. Obviously I recognize his greatness. I'm just saying that like I like that sort of music that kind of epic kind of music that kind of came out of the classical epic music, but it's just more refined for the modern palette, you know. I think a lot of like movie scores and video game scores kind of have that kind of thing going on. Well, this is definitely good. This is definitely gonna, you know, I can make it work. I just having a hard time a little bit. Maybe it's because I'm jumping out around a lot. Like usually I stay in one area and like get this going. Like instead I'm like jumping around to like a little spot here and a little spot there, which is like making it seem like it's not coming together as much. Whereas usually I work out of like one area and slowly work my way down into other areas. And that's my typical workflow. And that's another thing I've been trying to like break out of a little bit too, is like, you know, I think things typically work out rather well if I do the start from head and just kind of work my way out from the head kind of business. I think that always kind of works reasonably well, but I think I'm trying to get away from that because I want to see kind of like as I develop this part of the picture how it works in contrast with this, because if I just work on the head I can't see the whole thing, you know what I mean? That's why I kind of wanted to darken this in to like see them separately, and all that kind of stuff, you know. Ethereal. Um, uh, Ethereal. Wow, lots of chat here today. I know. Usually it's dead in the water. The chat usually is non-existent, basically, except you and Jipochi. But yeah, recently it's been today's been great. I almost don't know if it kept going like that. I don't know how I would balance out like drawing and streaming. Well, I don't know because like I feel like when I get here, I should be drawing, right? Like my job is to like draw in front of people, but I also want to answer chat. So I don't know. Do you just keep chatting until the chat dies down? What if it's a bigger channel where the chat never like kind of stops? You know, it just keeps scrolling. Like, what do you do? Do you just go, sorry, I have to like stop talking to you now? Like I have to draw? I don't know. I don't know how you would handle that. It's not a problem I've had really until, you know, I've had like this kind of thing happen a few times, but not like this. Today has been like crazy. And don't get me wrong, I don't mind it at all. I'm just saying that like I don't know how you would like regulate around that, like how I would take action for that kind of thing, you know. If I wanted to strictly be Mr. I Draw. Well, what if the channel grows and then there's always just people asking me what pencil like what if there's just an endless stream of people asking me what kind of pencil I use, you know what I mean? It's like how do I just keep explaining? I don't know. I'm gonna try and maybe play around a little bit with like, you know how like when this face like right here, it almost looks skin tonish when you don't have the bluish kind of tint to it. And I'm sort of debating whether I should like erase some of the stuff and reshade it in order to like get back that sort of different shade without the bluishness in there. Because that is one thing that's very confusing to me. I don't really get why it turns blue. I guess I get it, right? The graphite has to have a bluish tint to it somehow. But like but yeah, you're right. Lots of chatting today. And then usually like drops off like this. It just kind of dies. And then no talking for like 7 hours. Or 4 hours or whatever. Because I feel like if there's new people coming in and I'm just talking, are they going to go, you know, are they going to go, does this guy even draw? Because he's just talking. Like, I was thinking of like maybe finding a color too. Maybe finding a pencil that would balance out that yellow a little bit back into some, you know, a different kind of vibe. Like, what if I hit the blue spot, like right here, just with like just a little bit of orange? Oh my God, Sunny Shram, Sunny Shram. Thank you, Shram. I appreciate the follow. No, it can't be this, right? It can't be. It can't be orange. That can't. That's not gonna bring it back. Like, what if I hit it with like a little bit of yellow? Kind of get rid of that white kind of, or sorry, not white, to get rid of the bluish tint. I'm gonna be like one of these guys that just uses like 3 colors and that's it. What the? A lot of follows today. I really appreciate all the follows, guys. Still looks like poo in the camera. Like every time I look over, you can see the white glazing. I think I went a little too hard on that, maybe. Thank you, Prapurva. Thank you, Prapurva. I appreciate the follow. Maybe you can use this kind of pencil as a blending pencil too. Because some of them don't blend that well, so you kind of can't really use them for that. I think too, whenever I sketch, I think the lack of like thinking about how large the picture is gonna, like, think like there's less commitment to it, and it just, things go just so much better when I sketch. I feel like I just get all this personality in there, and then I get in here and I'm just struggles. Not like this is really going that badly. I'm just saying that it's, I get surprised when I sketch that, like, how good things turn out sometimes. It's like insane. Guys, I need two more follows for 1100. If you're sitting unfollowed, grab your mouse. You're welcome. I don't know it was a big thing. I didn't know it was a big thing. Following? I just try to thank everyone. Unless I'm already yapping about something, then sometimes I won't. I make a big deal about it. What's your favorite pencil? Probably the point zero. I think my favorite, like in terms of just favoritism, like I just feel an emotional connection. It'd have to be between my 8B Faber-Castell pencil. This is the actual pencil right here. You can see 8B on there. It's either this, I have more of them obviously, but or the .0 0.2 millimeter. This is my newest mechanical pencil that is like very slim, very prone to breaking the lead. So I just very much enjoy working with it because it allows me to draw like big scenery like this on a 9x12, right? It creates this sense like I'm drawing something big. So that's my favorite. Though it's between those two. But as far as like just pure raw sketching, it's this. I like to work with a thicker pencil, kind of the brain kind of connects the dots a little bit. I did the skull with that pencil, right? I did like the general outline of stuff with that pencil. But when I'm working away and I'm rendering, I like to have my 0.2 millimeter one, just because it lets me kind of get into it lets me just render the heck out of stuff, and you know, I just enjoy the process of like, you know, looking at this piece of paper and building something big on a smaller scale, essentially. Partially because I don't want to go towards a bigger piece of paper because of like the setup of streaming. It creates this problem of having to move stuff around if things are bigger, and I don't want to go down that road. That's why I'm like sticking to a smaller scale paper. You know what? This pick might take a while, which is good. Should I add like you guys think I should add a spaceship with thrusters like up there, like moving? You know what I mean? Like have a weird like timeline kind of thing. I'm thinking of adding. I kind of want like there to be a spaceshipy type thing going on here, like something that connects it to like futurism. Maybe I'll have like these chain like off of these pillars right here have chains going into the air. Why is my fingernail so dirty? What happened here? That's crazy. And then maybe have like ships with other chains going further back, so you get the idea that there's like these monolithic sort of floating ships off of these things, and they're sort of just there for whatever reason. I think that's like a neat concept. What? Nice. I've always had a good experience with Faber-Castell. Yeah, they're very good. Yeah. Scissors says you don't see a lot of smaller mechanical pencils. You don't see a lot of smaller mechanical pencils. Yeah, this one was like almost 20 bucks. So yeah, you could have the lights from the spaceship shining on his face. No, I just mean, yeah, like, but I won't. I won't do that because there's already kind of like light kind of coming from that direction. I just mean like adding an ambience of like there being like this is sort of a maybe like not spaceships but like airship kind of vibe. You know what I mean? I'm a really big airship supporter. We need to bring that ideology back. Those times seemed a lot more hopeful. You know, the airships and. In fact, if I had Bill Gates money, I would build an airship. Guys, check this out. I would build like an airship, and I would have it staffed with a crew, and I would run my streaming for my drawing. Like I would run the stream from the airship, and just like slowly float around, and dock in like major cities or something. I think that's what if I had like just crazy amount of money, I would be like a weird eccentric airship drawer enjoyer. I see like a diesel punk type of ship. Yes, yeah. I say diesel punk is my favorite kind of like era, like that World War One-ish kind of vibe. I think that's my favorite, like sort of science fiction-y, you know. I read that airships might be making a comeback because they can be efficient for transporting large goods. Yeah, I know Amazon was gonna have airships so that they can have drones and goods docked on the airship. So like very common items that are like sold very often, they would just sort of hang up there, like above a city, and the drones would just come down with the goods. I think they probably abandoned that idea because of the they don't get to use already pre-built infrastructure that way, and God only knows the loopholes you're gonna have to jump through with the air travels, space, whatever. You know what I mean? So I think they probably will end up abandoning anything cool like that. But as far as I understand, sea travel is still the most efficient way to transport goods. I don't know how fast an airship can really move. You know what I mean? I don't know how many knots or whatever the wording is for ship powered travel. I know they like it's measured in knots, but I don't fully understand what that means really. So I'm not sure. Most of the time, if I don't know what I'm talking about, I will still give my take on it to fill airtime. Like, I'll still give you my opinion on it, but I'll reinforce. I'll make sure people know I don't know what I'm saying. I don't want anyone to think I'm over here like spewing knowledge. I think 40 knots is a mile. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. I have to go pee really bad. I'm sorry from a very small bladder. I apologize. I know some people cannot. They can go 2 hours without having to go to the bathroom, but I can't. I don't know why. I think I'm just getting older. I don't know. I just have to pee constantly. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. All right. I'm back. Well, yeah, filling airtime is totally legit. It's not like people come for to Twitch for the latest news on academic discoveries. Yeah, right. I've also been very careful to never establish myself or position myself like I'm smart. I've been very careful about not trying to kind of create that sort of like image of like edgy, smart, like kind of thing because you have to maintain that, and I know I can't, so I just stay away from that. I preface everything with a joke, and anytime I talk about something kind of deep, I just go, listen, I don't know. I'm just over here drawing and riffing, so don't, it's not to be taken seriously. I think a lot of people have that. They kind of lock themselves in the edge lord, I'm always right because I'm like logical kind of vibe. And then the problem is you know, it's it's difficult to stay in that kind of vibe all the time. Having said that, there be quite a few people that blindly follow the comments of Big Twin. You know what? That's totally true, and it is weird. Like it becomes scary because they sort of build up in like a huge amount of people that will like go out and like, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's just that is crazy. That's why I was saying like blind confidence, just blind self confidence can get you so far. Just because other people also don't know what's going on, they'll just follow you if you sound you know what I mean? Like you can just kind of like, if you can kind of string sentences together semi coherently and loudly and confidently, you can get far just off of that. Like I swear to God, like you can take over the world just doing that. Actually, knowing stuff will hinder you. Like the more you know and the more nuanced your argument, the less followers you'll have. Like you got to be careful not to let your internal doubt stop you. Just keep bulldozing through, get louder, surround yourself with yes men, and just move forward boldly at every step. That's what I learned. I'm trying to. Oh my God, Shibai. Thank you so much. Oh my God, I'm getting spoiled with the raids. Shout out. Shout out. She H by. I did it. Thank you. Hello, you. Thank you. Thank you. Bonjour. Bonjour. It's been nothing but raids today. Just nonstop raids. So I do really appreciate it. There's a lot of people that can talk nice with very little logical or factual content. That's true. But I'm becoming more skeptical of like logical stuff too because I'm like I've heard so many like even people who are trying to they're not trying to come from like the ego. They're trying to be like honest about what they're saying, and they try to through a binary process like find the truth. Even that I've become kind of skeptical of. I forgot where I was gonna go with that because we have too many like because like I found like right like somebody on the internet that you think is smart, you like listen to them for a while, they seem like they're like really making sense, they're saying like all this great stuff, and it's like you're like this is like the answer, like whatever your guy is, right? And then like a couple years down the line you see a video of how that guy's like a fraud or something, and it's just or like they make a counter argument that totally destroys all that, and it, you know, and like you really believed it. So now I just stay away from like believing anything like strictly. I just kind of exist, and I try to be careful not to get too overly emotional about anything. But yeah, you're right about what you said. Yeah, rigorously logical arguments don't fit the complexity of the world. Yeah, I agree. Basically, yeah. I think it can be like I just wouldn't like hang on to anything like super strictly. You know what I mean? Just kind of like try to see the truth, but just kind of like just kind of like don't get too emotionally attached to anything because you're probably gonna find out later it was all fake anyway. I agree. I try to stay apolitical. Right. Well, not just the political, but you know what I mean. Just everything basically under the sun. You just have to be like really careful. Cause I've walked into some traps where I'm just like, like thinking like this is the answer, that's the answer, and then it's kind of like later you find out it wasn't quite like that, or Now I'm just very much like, well, let's just wait and see. Let's just see how it plays out. Shiba, how was your stream, by the way? Kevin Emil, Emil, Kevin Emil. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the hello, hello. I don't know why, but I'm not finding your Twitch. Scissors. Let me throw you a link really quick. Let me throw you a link. Wait, this is my dashboard manager. How do I give him my... I think the internet is trying to... They're... What's that called when they're dark censoring you? There's my channel. One second. Am I being shadow banned? I'm saying I'm saying too much truth. Oh, you found it. Okay. There, I'll give you the link anyway. I'm speaking too much truth. They're trying to suppress me. It was cool. There was people for chatting, and I like it. There was people for chatting, and I like it. Yeah, actually, today has been a very chatty day for me too. Oddly enough, today people. I don't know if it's the full moon. I don't know why, but people seem to be very chatty today, and I do also appreciate it very much. By the way, even though I'm not very good at reading, so it's like a little bit of a struggle for all of us. Watching me try to, watching me try to get through uh, Scissor Harder. Thank you for the follow, Scissor Harder. Yeah, Twitch is a little bit more active than YouTube. YouTube is just like it's just like a fish trying to gasp for air. My YouTube channel, it's basically dead. I appreciate all today's follows. I don't know. Some days are crazy. Like I've been having a lot of fun streaming in general, but today has been a very special day. I'm gonna give Aliens 2 another go tonight. I'm gonna try and get through it. If I don't get distracted, it's just sometimes I just want to play video games. You know what I mean? I just want to sit down and I just want to play Stronghold Crusader against the AI. What Shibai, what were you guys drawing? Uh, I'm terrible at reading live. I'm terrible at typing too. In the excitement of the moment, I mistype and miss out crucial words that completely alters the meaning of my sentence. Just started Doom Dark Ages. Oh, nice. Yeah, let me know how you like it, cause I'm probably not gonna get it. Just because I I just recently played through Quake 2, and I'm kind of like burnt out on that sort of era of shooting gallery type. So I'm probably gonna get that game on a deep sale in like a year. But I've always loved Doom, especially the creature design and the philosophy and everything. I'm just right now I'm just going back to like, playing RTSs a little bit after I almost said work. I almost said work, but I'm not really working right now. I just do a little bit of side hustle stuff. I like the game, but I was expecting it to be a bit more medieval. Okay. I was I was yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah. To me it looked like they mixed it up basically, but I get what you're saying. Yeah. I would like a Quake 1 remake. I would like the Eldritch Gods mixed in with the 90s sort of shooter boomer shooter. I think Quake 1 could like really make a comeback if they kept it within that kind of energy. I think if they went towards like Quake 2 energy where it's just like cyborgs, I'm like less interested in that. I want there to be a sense of like this cosmic battle behind the scenes. In fact, spoiler alerts, one of the DLCs for Quake 2, it's the darkest ending of all time. When you kill the Eldritch gods, like the final guy, the thing is his existence held up the existence of the universe. So you yourself, when you end him, get stuck in an endless void. If that makes sense. When you take out like the final guy, you just lose yourself in an endless void because he was holding up the fabric of reality. If that makes sense. I want to start Lord of the Ring drawing or painting for my GF today, but I'm just trying to get the gusto to start it and keep it hidden. Nice. I mean, keep it secret, keep it safe, lol. Ace Cadet, thank you. I understand. I totally understand where you're coming from, yeah. For some reason, consoles can't figure out how to do RTS. The only good RTS I played was a port of Supreme Commander on 360. I remember that game. I do like the mass scale warfare games. I do like the strategy games that emphasize on the macro instead of the micro. Because one of my favorite things to do is hold and wait and just outbuild the enemy to such an extent that you just kind of like crush them with just endless forces. So yeah, I totally sympathize. I do like those games where your armies basically are limitless and you are relying on just you can rely on just brute force over micro to crush the enemy. So I understand completely. That game is all like Planetary Annihilation, right? Like where I think Planetary Annihilation was kind of like that, where you had like crazy amount of troops, and I very very much enjoy that vibe. Very very much enjoy that. Well, the reason that RTS games have a hard time on consoles is because the two factors, right? You have the type of person that gets the PC is more inclined to be that type of person that likes RTSs in the first place, and consoles are allergic to RTS games because of the infrastructure of the having a controller. So those two factors kind of separate those two groups in two distinct different groups, if that makes sense. That's my take on it. The one is allergic to the other, kind of, you know what I mean? I'm gonna bring this up a little bit. I just don't like how the camera. I know the camera is reacting wrong right now. This shouldn't be as dark as it looks for you guys. I think that's gonna look a little bit more better. Makes sense. Shogun was always my favorite. Command and Conquer. You mean Shogun Total War? Did you play Shogun Total War 2? That one was a really good one. That one was a really good one. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did with my I only played 2 a little bit. I really liked it, but I didn't get very far because I moved town and got rid of my PC. Never bought a PC since. Not for any particular reason, just never got around to buying a PC again. I completely understand. Yeah, I've always been a PC fanboy in my heart. I've always I knew that I would one day return to the PC. The problem now is an expensive a beefed up PC now costs what a beginner car. You have to spend 4,000, $3,800 to $4,500 for if you wanted something really crazy. And it didn't used to be like that. I feel like you used to be able to buy a really have to be kind of upper middle class to own a really nice PC basically. Or you live with your parents. That's the other solution. Just I was PC was your destiny? A little bit, yeah. I was looking into buying a PC a few years ago, and yeah, the prices for something really nice were silly money. Dude, I mean, computers were always expensive, but it wasn't like you can buy like a new motorcycle with that kind of money that they're asking for now. These video cards are just like just insane. Like you can buy like a used leader, but you can buy like a Yamaha, you know, 1000 cc Super Sport used 2000, maybe like 2022 for like $6,000, or new PC. Like it's just that crazy now. I played a t- uh, I played a ton of Iron Harvest a few years ago. I was really hyped because it's all about this alternate history steampunk thing, and I played it, by the way. I played that game. I really liked it, and it was I didn't finish it, but I really liked it. It was playable on console, but I was disappointed when I played it. I can't put my finger on why I was disappointed. It just seemed a bit boring. Did you play? Did you play Kamuwamu? Did you play? There's a game called Company of Heroes. Did you play? Let me know if you played Company of Heroes. That's the good version. That's the game this game was based off of, and it was amazing. Company of Heroes was like, I'd say it was like, at first I didn't really like it because I didn't understand how it worked, but I then fell in love with it. That game was amazing. But yeah, I was on the same boat as you. As I got super excited, and I was like, this is it. Like this is the game I'm gonna invest dump a bunch of hours into, only to find out that it was like kind of hollow and just didn't have the same. It never had reached those same heights as Company of Heroes did. But yeah, like the it's weird because the infrastructure is so similar to that game that it's weird how it doesn't give you that same feeling that the other game did. I played Company of Heroes on PC. I like the Dawn of War games as well on PC. Okay, Dawn of War, yeah, Dawn of War 2. Especially the later Dawn of Wars, I think they were replicating that same kind of style as the as Company of Heroes. The original Dawn of War I liked a lot, but I think that was, to me, it felt like more like a classic RTS game. It didn't have that squad-based kind of thing, or I think, did it? No, no, they had squads, but it didn't have it wasn't the same like cover system. It was just more like you send your units there. I don't know. I haven't played the original Dawn of War, but we used to play that one a lot. I just forget how the infrastructure of that game worked. It's been quite. It's been a minute since I played that game. But it was like Dawn of War was cool because it was like one of those first 3D games where you could like scroll your mouse and zoom all the way in and like see the battlefield from a first person perspective, and that was like mind blowing that you could see like a 3D game, you know what I mean? Like you could like zoom in there and see the orcs fight and stuff. It was like so epic. You know, cuz like not there wasn't anything like that before, so like having that ability was just kind of like so how would you put it? It's like it was very not nostalgic, but what's the opposite of nostalgia when you encounter something new? Um, it was something. There's a word for. Uh, that's an epic cape. Thank you, Rini Ren. I appreciate that. I do like using uh, novel. Yeah, the novelty of it. Yes, yes, yes. It had that energy to it. It's just something you never saw, like playing Ages of Empires 2. You couldn't like zoom in to see the the world that in that perspective. So, oh my God, is this it? We did it. Ignorant trucker. Thank you. We got to 1100. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. I did not think I was gonna hit. I didn't think I was gonna. Holy cow, man! This is looking amazing. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, maybe I'm just overthinking things. You know what? You're right. This is looking amazing. And the amusing glory battles in Dawn of War helped as well. Glory battles? I feel like you're talking. Are you talking about? I feel like you just said Doom, like with the glory kills, or am I missing something? Gore. Oh, amazing gory battle. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. It's kind of interesting how everyone kind of played the same games essentially. Did you play Space Marine 2? I liked it. I didn't get very far because I got distracted by other things. Same. I thought it was great, and then I was like, meh, I'm good. This level is really hard. I'm good. I'll go back to it though. I thought the first game was a bit boring, but 2 was decent improvement on the first one. I completely agree. Same take here. I have the exact same take. I thought the first one was great, except that like I don't know if it was the levels. I can't put my finger on the why I didn't really love the first one. I thought the second one like looked shockingly good. Like especially when you look at the environment and you see like 10,000 troops, like you know the Xeno hordes coming over the horizon, and I'm like, how do they do this? This looks better than Total War games. And yeah, it was just a spectacular game, but I just stopped. I'm like, nah, I'll just go play an old game that I know really well. So yeah, same take here. Yeah, exactly the same. I thought it was amazing, but it didn't really hold my attention. And you know what? Now that you said it, maybe I should go back. I just need to stop pretending that I need to play it on hard and just go down to normal and just kind of maybe even easy. Who knows? Maybe I should just enjoy my games. I don't know. Too easy would be too. I don't know. That's too crazy. I think it was Helldivers 2. It was around the same time that I was like getting back into Helldivers 2, and those games were like kind of similar. And because of Helldivers 2, I was like, this seems like it felt to me like I was gonna keep playing Helldivers 2 longer. Like that game was gonna hold my attention. Whereas like it felt like Space Marine 2 was gonna like fade out into the background kind of. That's why I kind of made that decision. I didn't see Space Marine 2 as having a game that had like legs, and I thought at the time that you know that that Helldivers was gonna hold up, which I think it has ever since Super Earth and stuff like that. I think they did like a fantastic job on that. I by the way, I fought for managed democracy on that on Super Earth for us, and yeah, I can't say enough good things. But yeah, I was playing games that were too similar, I think, and I got kind of burnt out on that whole thing. I feel like I'm not moving very quickly on this. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm moving very slowly. I'm not hating what I'm seeing. I just like don't understand how I've been here for 4.5 hours, and I'm like, this is it. This is it. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, where's the 4.5 hours? Where did that go? To be fair, I have been yapping the entire time. I'm similar. Everyone tells me to play this or that new thing, watch this or that new thing, and I'm most of the time I'm just playing the same like for the 10th time. Yeah, right now I'm doing a very casual playthrough of Stronghold Crusader Definitive Edition, one of my most favorite games of all time. I really think like kids should be forced to play strategy games. I think they really do teach you things as far as like resource management. I'm not saying you're going to become like a super genius or whatever, because plenty of people play those games and don't understand too much. But you know what I'm saying. Like I think those games are very visceral, and you get to see the resources incoming and outgoing and what you're spending them on, and all of this kind of understanding kind of builds up like, okay, I have this much coming in, I shouldn't be spending all of it. You know what I mean? Like I should maybe save that in case something happens later. simple concepts. But yeah, strategy games. I think I would, if I had kids. I don't have kids, but if I had kids, I would just straight up force them to play them. Like you have to understand these concepts. See, you can. It's certainly a more interesting way to teach strategy to kids compared to something like more traditional like chess. Well, chess has the issue of uh God, I want to be careful not to make myself dumber than I already sound, but chess is memorizing sets. If you can memorize so many thousands of like sets, you can become you know a pretty good player. You can it's I guess everything is kind of like that, but I feel like with chess, it is a strategy game, but there's a lot of memory to it, which is um, different than. Never mind. I'm gonna walk back my statements. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just walking back my statements. Forget what I just said. Just erase it from your mind. It's boring basically. I know exactly. It's boring and frustrating, especially when you're getting like when you don't like the game and your grandfather just keeps beating you at it, and I'm like, I hate this. I know what you mean about this. It is. I think it's just busy chat day. It looks cool though, really fun. Yeah. No, chat is great. I don't I love like look, the goal of every streamer is to become a yapping streamer. Eventually you just sit and you like give your takes on stuff and play videos. That's the long-term goal. I'm just kidding, by the way. I'm not planning on stopping drawing, but I do feel like everyone kind of like wherever they start, whether it's gaming or art, everyone is like funneled into eventually you just become like a guy who talks about stuff and gives takes, and like that's like the end goal for like most streamers. But I plan to make the drawing thing kind of like a lifelong pursuit. Hopefully my health and finances allow for that. So um, yeah, that's the basic goal. So I am gonna yep. If people are talking, I am gonna talk, but I'm not gonna transition into a purely take giver kind of channel. Future Oil, see you later today, Nikki. Okay, buddy. I didn't even. I forgot you were here, buddy. You didn't say. I mean, I know you said something earlier, but I appreciate you being here. I'm surprised at how it's slowly transforming. Like I look away while and look back and like, well, this guy is holding a rifle, looks more defined. The best way posted my last painting on Instagram. The by the way, okay, if you want to drop your link into chat, if you want to let people check it out. This guy's here all the time and he paints oil and stuff. So if you guys want to check out his work and give him a follow or whatever, you don't have to, but it's on the table if you're into oil and stuff. Good drawing, love the soldier. Thank you, man. Yeah, if you want to drop the link to your Instagram, I mean, you don't have to. Not gonna pressure you into it, but there you go. Yeah, this guy does oil painting. A little bit different to my art. I'm gonna get rid of that little part. I'm adding too many little parts to the rifle. I don't want it to look super complicated. Oh my god, more! Thank you so much for the... SV Bell Art. SV Bell Art, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How was your stream? Let me know how that was. How was your what were you guys working on? Hey there, brother. Hey, man. I was just saying, how was your, what were you guys drawing? I hope you had fun on your stream. Today's definitely been a very chatty day over here. We're maintaining the chat at a heavy pace. I'm cleaning the house. Nice. Yeah, stream was fine. A short one, about an hour. Just painting a painting to finish. Oh, gotcha. Thanks. This Saturday is almost done. My goodness. Let's see. What was I gonna do? I think I'm gonna have to. Getting ready for another stream at 6 p.m. in about 2 hours. I'm moderator on that one. A live auction on Twitch. There's auctions on Twitch? Oh, that's nice. Like for a painting? That's pretty dope. I didn't know stuff like that existed. I would need like more viewers to auction off my art. I'd need like a bigger audience. You know what I mean? I'd need to like grow my thing more. But yeah, that's awesome. That does sound cool. Yeah, you should put prices on your pieces up there. Oh, cool. Yeah, I should probably do that. They sell many things, some art, but mostly toys, movies, DVDs, all horror stuff. With claim numbers. Might be doing an art auction on my channel when I'll have viewers. Yeah, that's an interesting concept. Like streaming, and then like if you have enough audience, you could like in theory just auction it off as you're drawing it, kind of thing. So if people are like, I need this in my life, and then they could have it. So it's a good idea. Or just even have like just a sale price or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's a really interesting concept. I never thought of that. Or I feel like I have heard of that, but then I forgot. Beautiful work, man. Keep up, keep going. Evil Van Reds, thank you. Talk to you later, Nikki. For real time. For real this time. See ya, future oil painter. Adios, amigos. Thank you, man. Adios. Not all of that coffee made it down. Some of it went to the side for sure. Unfortunately. I think I am gonna have to hit this with the white though. I just don't see how I can blend this out. For some reason I thought this would end better for me, but I'm gonna have to hit this with the white and just re-render it. The chalky pencil will always get you out of a tough rendering spot by simply fixing the situation by just blending everything. You just have to fix the bluish hue later, which can be a nice effect to have, but it can be a not nice effect to have depending on your take on it. Right? I'm gonna hit him with the yellow to kind of bring back some of the vibrancy, and hopefully it's gonna take some rendering time to do that. But I kind of got myself into a pickle being experimental, and now I gotta unpickle the situation. It's just weird how I got that technique to work so well wherever I put my example of my sketches. Whatever. Doesn't matter. But yeah. It works super well. When I sketch and I do the pastel stuff, it like all kind of like works together, and then I do it on my sort of final and it just doesn't work. I mean, I can kind of get it to work, but I don't know. I'm just not the same free spirit as when I sketch, I guess. Oh my god. Fire Stripe. Fire Stripe. Thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate it. I gotta get more comfy. Alright, here we go. You know what I just realized? That this rifle, it's like turned slightly like this, the angle of it. I don't know if I can, if you look at it, okay, if this is the rifle, it kind of is that way, but it's not sideways all the way. And if you look at the stock, the butt of the gun, it's perfectly sideways, but if you look up, it's turned slightly like this. I need to fix the butt down there to match the sort of slight turn that the rifle has. I just noticed that. What the? Anyway. Thank you so much for Wishful. Thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope that explains what I... Firestripe is my wife. I was looking over her shoulder. Oh no! Oh, I'm okay. I'm putting the dots together. I get what you're saying. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Now I just need the follow from your dog and your cat, please, and we'll be good. This Gandalf under drawing is already wiping my ace. This Gandalf, cool stuff. Woof woof. Thank you. There's something about bolt action rifles that's like very sexy. You know. I don't have one. I wish I had one. I'm not gonna pretend to know too much about them, other than I just like the look of the... I like the idea of like doing the whole clink clink as you reload, you know. Because you only get one shot, don't miss your chance. I forgot how the rest of the lyrics to the Eminem song go, but yeah, don't miss your chance, something, you own it, something, one shot. Okay, I don't remember lyrics to any song, but I know what you mean. Bolt action has that old world mechanical feel. Yeah, there's something very like sexy, and I mean they still use bolt action rifles now. Just from, you know, like they're just a lot more precise and they take people out from far away, but yeah, it's crazy. And when I say that, I don't mean like third world countries. I mean like straight up, like there's bolt action rifle like rifles in the some units. I don't know. I was watching a video on these Marines. They were like shooting what was effectively a bolt action rifle. Again, I don't want to say a bunch of fancy words that make myself like sound like I know what I'm talking about, but 90% sure they were doing the little bolt action thing. So lol, so sorry. Love bolt action. I used to shoot a 30-06 rifle and the power was wild. Nice, man. It'd be cool to take like a World War I rifle or like a World War II bolt action rifle and like compare it to like a modern, you know, super refined, like, just to see like, is it true that the hotter the barrel gets, the more the spread, Like even if you put it in a vice lock, that the spread slowly goes more and more as the barrel gets hotter. Is that true, or is that only for like older rifles? I think it's interesting too that like the metal as it changes its characteristics too, like it'll affect the I mean like obviously, right? But I guess I never like really thought about the fact that when things heat up and expand, or when they're called cold, their behavior is different slightly, you know. I guess the internal rifling pattern inside the barrel that keeps the bullet straight will warp under heat. That's my theory. I don't actually know why. Ultimately changes the trajectory. Right. Yeah, it becomes a little bit more unpredictable. It all has to do with the rifle's harmonics or how it vibrates. I assumed that the heat of the barrel, like if you have the barrel and it gets hot, metal expands, which changes the tolerance. And so as the bullet goes out and it spins, if the barrel is hot and it's expanded, then it's the rifling isn't as tight around the bullet, you know, the tolerances, and so it has more gap to develop like a random spin, and so the spread goes out. As that would be my guess, right? Metal expands, there's more of a gap. Gap allows a looser tolerance. Looser tolerance leads to just it going kind of in a random direction. It's crucial to how the rifle operates through the and through the though the modern rifles have rifling inside the barrel to combat this, they can still be susceptible. The more you shoot it, you have less cooldown time. Less as Chat GPT. You're right, but it's more to how much is shot. Oh, okay. As it slowly erodes. Yeah, that's all very interesting. It's super interesting. I'd like to shoot a rifle. I've shot a 9mm at the range before, but never a rifle. Actually last time I went with my friend, um, and I don't pretend to like know anything about anything when it comes to guns, but I have a 9mm pistol, and we went out there shooting. And towards the end, I was getting pretty crazy good. I have a bad habit of like, I don't know if I should be really talking about this on stream. Actually, thinking about it now, I don't know if it's a super good idea, but regardless, I think this is pretty innocent, right? We went to the range, and I kept aiming like really low. I mean like the sights are lined up, but I think the trigger pull would like I would line it up, and then the trigger pull would like slightly put the barrel down, and I kept aiming like lower than where I had intended. So I kind of like started like mentally inside my head, like not even counteracting it physically, but just imagining that I was like pulling the gun back as I was pulling the trigger, like just imagining that it eventually, like, I got locked in and I was hitting my targets. But it took me a little bit of like shooting to like get the hang of like getting accurate with the pistol, at least that day on the range, right? I haven't gone back in like a year, so God only knows how it would go now. But or how long it's consistently shooting, I only know because I found my brother-in-law's old military books when he was in the Marines, and it has all kinds of weapon info. Pretty cool. Yeah. Mm, ChatGPT says harmonics, barrel warping, and buildup of sediment. Sediment, like taking it through trenches and mud. Was the AK-47 the first reliable gun in water? Was the AK-47 the first reliable? I have no idea. I've never touched that rifle yet. GPG says AK-47 was famously reliable underwater, but the American M1 and British Lee Enfield were also reliable and invented before the AK. Oh yeah, those are two famous guns as well. Yeah, I don't know anything either. I'm just drawing and chatting with you guys. Yeah, I don't know anything about guns. Our AI overlords know all. It's just kind of crazy that the other day when I was drawing Aquabob, it almost took me just like one stream to finish it within like a 7-hour period, and this is like, I just sometimes like I was saying the other day, I don't really understand why sometimes things don't move as fast as they should. It's kind of strange how, and I couldn't put my finger on why. Well, I guess like maybe it was just a lot, just I don't know. Things just kind of came together like a pancake. I don't know. It was just. I think it's working out just great. Before I couldn't even tell what you were drawing. Now it's rich with detail. Of course, I didn't have my glasses on, so that might have been something to do with it. Probably because you feel like you're struggling with the current drawing more than the last one. When I struggle to read a book, it seems twice as long as a book I'm enjoying. Truth. Truth. I think there's truth. That's just pure facts. Plus, plus there has been a lot of talking. There has been a lot of talking. That's true. Dark says hello. Hey man. Apparently every time someone talks to one, it takes approximately 20 minutes to refocus. I definitely think like drawing in silence, you know what I mean, in a very focused manner without a phone would be the most efficient way to do it. But I'm not about to subjugate myself to such a cruel endeavor. I'm here to have fun and talk about random things that I enjoy. How long has your life been so far? How long? Wait, how has your life been so far? Pretty good. Uh, Decent. This is way more fun. I would say so. Yeah, I would say this is more fun than the. Obviously, efficiency can be increased, but at what cost? At what cost? The funny thing is that if someone was talking to you verbally, you could probably draw perfectly fine in the same way you can drive perfectly fine when someone is talking to you. But if they're texting you, then you die. That's true. Facts. Except for people like the worst part about having someone in the car that's talking to you is like when someone talks through your favorite part of the song. It's like, bro. Some people have this talent of taking a long boring story, like a short boring story, and like giving it like a 20-minute preamble, and you already like know how it's gonna go. It's like a talent some people have. Alright, let's do a little bit of highlighting on this. Laughing my ass off. I had talent like that way of putting it. I already forgot what I said. My goldfish memory already managed to erase what I said like 5 minutes ago. I think it takes more effort for me to hold back when I'm doing light areas than it does doing dark areas, defined areas. I think it takes more effort for me to hold back when doing light areas than it does dark defined areas for drawings. Lol, the talent of someone that can turn a short story into a long one. Yeah, yeah. Also, you can feel it be not interesting in the beginning, but you know you have to sit through like all like 17 minutes of it. It's like a form of torture. They like socially trap you in a situation where you have to usually in laws. Yeah, right. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Just give me 1 second. Quick pickle break. We'll do a quick pickle break here and kind of keep working on this. All right. I think I just realized this. Usually uniforms of this time would have like this kind of sort of semi kind of like thing going down here. Gonna have to erase my way out of this situation. What is this? Your camera's blurred? Oh, sorry. Thanks for letting me know. I don't know how it became blurry like that. That's weird. I must have like bumped into the camera. The camera on the drawing has gone a little bit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that is weird. I must have like bumped into it or something. I wonder if I can like pull the camera back a little bit. Like if I can pull it back and then forward again. If that makes sense. If I can do one of these in order to like change the angle. I just hate the way the angle was on it. We'll just zoom in a little bit on that. Alright, that looks a little bit better. Okay. Oh my god. Ronnie the Zombie, thank you for the follow. Hello, beautiful people. Hello, Ronnie the Zombie. How's your day going? I'm just slowly rendering out this beautiful piece. Just drawing a soldier guy that's like going through, like I guess he's not really like a soldier guy. He's just more like a traveler, and there's like these obelisks above him. You know what I mean? This kind of like desert style dark world that he's traveling through. That's kind of the vibes. Yeah. Oh, is anyone gonna pick up Battlefield? I was just wondering if anyone was like interested in that game because I'm kind of halfway interested. I've been seeing some of the footage and I'm kind of halfway like sold on it. I'm supposed to be drawing, so I'm procrastinating by watching people draw. Understandable, bro. Completely understandable. I don't know. Battlefield's whichever version it is now. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm halfway sold on the game right now. Did I run out of music? What the? Um, let's see. What have I not played today already for the thousandth time? I think Bioshock Ambience is always a good choice, kind of. Never been a Battlefield fan? Gotcha. I don't blame you. I've had fun moments in that game, but I think I'm more of a COD fanboy, kind of a... That was actually my name. COD fanboy. I just like to mindlessly run around and get gunned down and gun people down. That's all I'm really looking for. But you know, I'm not a hater on Battlefield, but yeah, I get what you're saying. I understand. Big time fan of Battlefield. What kind of paper are you using? This is a sophomore 9x12 tan. Uh, Strathmore tone tan 9x12 50 sheets. See that? Anyway, I hope that helps. Bad Company was such a classic. That was a good one. Yeah, I'm mostly playing COD multiplayer guy. Yeah. I'm mostly that's what I've been playing. I kind of abandoned it, but yeah, I was playing COD multiplayer like pretty consistently for a couple of months. I did really enjoy the World War One. I did really enjoy the World War One battlefield. Yeah, I thought that classes made sense because like all the weapons were more distinct. Everything wasn't just a laser beam that would just like destroy everything. They had enough distinction that like the classes made sense. I never did play 2046, but I really enjoyed the Battlefield 3 too. I have recently fallen in love with Bristol paper. Okay, nice. Is Bristol paper the one with like a little bit more of a like granularity to it? If I'm am I using the right word? Tooth. It's the hot press paper, so very smooth and almost glossy, which I never thought I would like because I always like texture paper. So, do you like to lean into the detail more? Because, like, the smoother the paper, it seems like you can get into the details a little easier without having to fight the paper. That's what I found for myself. Because I also had, like, a kind of a similar instinct where I thought, like, the expensive textured paper is, like, what I wanted. But then I realized it's not what I wanted. I mean, you can get, like, a nice effect out of it. If that's what you're going for. But, yeah, the Strathmore is not the smoothest paper, although it is pretty smooth. It has a good consistency overall in terms of what I'm looking for. But I'm just sort of interested in why you think the smoother paper kind of went with your style. I imagine it's because you like detail, because that paper tends to not fight you on detail as much. Whereas like the paper that's a little bit more fighty. all my all my friends started playing COD Warzone. I don't really like battle royale stuff. I hate battle royale games. So now I find grind Nuketown my own lol. Yeah, Nuketown, like all the small maps. Yeah, I agree. I really don't like the overall, the like broadly speaking, the direction the video games have taken in terms of like the main FPS kind of games. All of that extraction stuff, I find like I just don't want to be at that level of intensity when I'm gaming. I don't want to be like cracked out for 45 minutes. I just want to like run around, gun people down, kind of like have comebacks. But you know, it's just like it's intense, but it's more laid back, which is kind of like what I'm looking for. I'm not looking at to be like, I don't know, like yeah, I'm not a big fan of like where video games have gone with. I get that the kids like it or whatever, and but I just like I would have really liked to see something along the lines of like if you remember Titanfall, you remember they had like they really expanded on the idea of having like those AI robots run around, and that was processed by an external server or something, and so you had like all these bots, and I thought that was genius. Like they should have developed a game where you have like something like Spartans, and then you have like regular infantry, which is like the bots, and so the weaker players can kind of help the team by farming the bots or whatever and holding off bots, while the stronger players play a more typical kind of like shoot 'em up game where they're actually facing the real players on the like this battlefield environment, and it could be ranged from medium to big or whatever, kind of like Titanfall, but put more emphasis on how powerful the AI is. That's what I would like to have seen, but instead we got like this just like super cracked out gameplay where you have to be like hyper focused because like you have to survive for 45 minutes and beat everyone, and I'm just not into that like kind of gameplay. So I completely agree. I just let either a standard FPS experience or expand on it in a different way. And I just unfortunately we went down the we went down the the extraction thing. That we're gonna be here for another 10 years. So strap in. If you don't like what's happening now, you're not gonna like the future. Uh, it's amazing for ink or marker work. Pencil is a little light on it, but I like ink. Okay, I have always been drawn to games with more story than just action, like Mass Effect, Fallout. I'll play all of those, but I'm still in my heart of hearts. I'm a Call of Duty fanboy for sure. Each to their own, but I see the appeal in BR games. You walk around for 10 minutes, do nothing, then you get shot in the back and have to wait for another 10 minutes for the next game. Yeah, it's not for everyone. It's not for everyone. And I don't like understand why the kids love it. Like that's the other confusing thing for me. I'm like I don't get why people like the extraction games. Except for like if you really want it like hyper intensity. I get that part, but it's just become so wildly popular. It's thought as though like that's what you play. Like when you play Call of Duty, they're not talking about Nuketown or whatever. They're talking about playing that, and I have zero interest. So maybe Battlefield will be like that answer between you have more variety into like what happens, and you still get like that kind of gunplay that's looking a lot more like Call of Duty gunplay. Whereas like Battlefield 3, the reason I didn't like that game is like the gunplay always like in Battlefield felt a lot more like you were inside of a Jello world. Everything felt like a little icky. It wasn't like as strict as Call of Duty, and I came from that world, so it was hard for me to accept a game that was like trying to simulate, holding a real gun through a controller. All it did to me was make me feel like I'm just like moving inside of Jello. So now that they've like kind of moved more towards having that like a little bit more of that like quick twitch kind of thing going on in Battlefield. Not saying they went all the way like Call of Duty, but it's a little bit closer to each other now. Oh my god, the dog is barking for some reason. I might have to go. I might have to go check on the dog really quick. Oh my god. I think my talking about Call of Duty. Wavy Lace 117. Uh, when I need a multiplayer fix, I will play Counter Strike 2. Yeah, I understand that sentiment. I also sometimes think that's a good idea, and then I install it and get wrecked. Like I'm sure I could hold my own in like Silver League or something, but I've never played enough. I've never played enough Counter Strike to be like beyond like a casual. I just go on there and play free for all. Oh my god, Miss Alu, thank you for the follow. 1 second, I gotta go check on the dog. He's like barking for some reason. When I need a multiplayer fix, I will play Counter Strike. Yeah, I do. 1 second, I'll be alright. The dog just cannot let me live my life. Like he can't let me just draw for like 7 8 hours a day without barking or creating some kind of a reason for me to get up. Anyway, what were we talking about? I think it's because I started playing video games in the '90s. When it was an escape from people, I tend to gravitate towards single player games. I still play some single player games, but I've definitely like moved more into like I'll play Crusade, Stronghold Crusader. That's a single player game, I guess. It has single player. Oh my god. Spy Spice Key, thank you. Uh, I've never jumped back with COD till Black Ops 2. Guys, I love Call of Duty. I really do. Even now, like with the, I think they went a little too far with the costumes. If I'm being honest, like I think like some of the costumes they've added in, they're just a little too like crazy. But I did like I stopped like when they released the Turtle Ninjas costumes. I bought it, played it for another couple of weeks, and then just gave up. I think, oh, I remember why I stopped playing Call of Duty. You deserve the follow, man. Thank you. Oh, thank you, man. I remember why I stopped playing Call of Duty, is because when you play Call of Duty, and let's say the problem is that like the way it figures out your rank isn't just like a linear process. Like if you do, let's say, really well against let's say accidentally against a good team, like you have a pretty good game against a good team, now it goes where it should go like this. It goes like this, and you have but it lets you suffer for like 3 games straight. Skill-based I'm not against skill-based matchmaking. I'm for it. I think the data shows clearly that it has better retention than non-skill, just finding a server or whatever. But they put your head down into the water for way too long. It's like I don't want to play against pro players for 4 games and get wrecked before I get to go back into like the sort of like casual hardcore crowd. You know what I mean? Like, let me go back with the noobs. Don't keep me here for like 4 games where I'm just getting wrecked over and over again and like ruin my entire morning. Cause some of those kids, like, guys, they're just too good. Like I can't play on that level anymore. You know. Like I can get pretty good, but yeah, I did have to spend some money on the Turtle Ninjas. Sorry, just checking on the dog. He's just sitting there, staring off into the distance. Oh my god. Cloud Doodles. Thank you, man. I appreciate the follow. Most people say they group up. Bro, they have to be. Guys, let's get a group going. I mean, I know some people are from England and stuff, but we need to get a group going. And we need to start cuz if you can have a semi-coherent team, you'll do way better. But I've always played just by myself. You can definitely tell like when people like they all have the same costume and they're like wrecking you. Like you're just in the back of Nuketown spawning and just getting wrecked by the helicopter and drones and stuff, and it's like, come on, dude. Like, I get it. You're better than me. Like I'm a casual. Like you don't need to be going this hard and shooting me through like. And sometimes you're not really even sure. Sometimes you die like suspiciously too. Like it's like. It's a little too convenient. One thing that irritates me is when COD puts me in a hard lobby on the first game. The game probably knows it's my first game of the day, so it gives me a break and give me a nice easy warm-up game. Facts, yeah. I noticed like whenever you walk away from COD for like a month or something and you come back, it eases you nice and slow. It always gives you like 2-3 good games before it starts just putting you up in like really bad lobbies. But yeah, like I noticed like if you walk away from COD for a couple of weeks, out of just fewer rage and frustration, it'll ease you in like nice and it'll be like, all right, buddy, stop crying. I'll give you a couple good games. Cause sometimes like you watch somebody's kill cam and you can tell like that's all this guy does, dude. Like the way he's shooting and moving and how well they understand the game. I'm like, this is all this guy does. I should not be playing against a guy where like that's his entire life. You know what I mean? People like nobody's making mistakes. They're just like they're looking down corridors you wouldn't even think to look down. You know, it's just like no, this is crazy. And guys, I used to be kind of good back when Modern Warfare came out. And I'm tooting my own horn. I'm like claiming things that can't be proven, but I used to be kind of good at that game. I mean, that's before skill based matchmaking. But I was a pretty good pub stumper. You know what I mean? Like I could go like 35-5, like easy every game, basically. You know what I mean? And I think those were really good times, man. And I will say, I mostly focus on I mostly focus on the kill to. I'm a kill to death kind of guy. Like I don't care about anything else except how many people I kill the entire game. I played amateur professional paintball. We would make up teams to play online and have such a great time. If you guys want to have fun grouping up and cheating, there's this game called IO Open Front. It's a free game online where you like click on countries and you if you like strategy games, but there's no regulation against the next game. You just make sure you get into the next same game, and you can have like me and my buddy were like playing IO Front for hours, and we were straight up trying to cheat, and we lost every single game, and we were legit cheating. Like we can't win, like we're so bad at that game. I'm like, I'm becoming suspicious that the reason we weren't winning is we weren't cheating hard enough. We need like 6 or 7 players to like jump into the same game and all work together to knock out all the other players. Because because sometimes it's like there's people just not attacking each other. It's like why aren't you attacking? Like you have to be working together because it's like you wouldn't be doing what you're doing. You know, it's like they clearly have some sort of a plan. So I say we all need to like I need to find like 3 4 like loyal people and we need to like cheat just harder until they patch the game, until they find a way to fix that issue. Please check out Control. Is that a Control? What kind of game was that? Was that a RTS? Let me copy that really quick. Paste Control game shooter single player. Oh, it's the one with the woman. Is that the one Control Ultimate Edition? I never played it. I heard good things about it though. Thank you for the follow, man. Robert Tote 9. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Why is it really good? Yeah, that one kind of flew past me. Never tried it. I think if you guys know who Airton or not Airton, oh my god, Ranton, like the Asian dude, he does like these like funny reviews. I think I've seen him do a video on it. I wanted like this kind of tomb like. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have the eyes either. I think I'm just gonna do a giant skull. You guys think I should keep like some sense of like that there's eyes and lips, or just do skull with some like it's not a real skull I'm imagining, or maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it could be like a metaphorical representation of death. I don't know. But I don't know if I want to do like the eyes or just do hollowed out holes for the kind of how a skull has. But I just wanted like this giant head thing and a dude like traveling through the desert kind of vibes. Um, I feel like not having eyes is safer. Like it'll be less creepy. It'll be more understandable. I'm just not totally feeling the eyes. I think just the regular skull kind of thing look will just be less weird. Luna Loon 2, welcome. How's your day going? We're just talking about Call of Duty and all kinds of fun stuff. Actually, let me take this down a little bit. There's no reason for this to be this high. I'm like looking up almost. It's kind of like let's do one of these. There we go. That's a little bit easier for me to look at. Reminds me of a fallen Nordic Titan. I was imagining more like the desert for some reason. It's going good. Got a card game 50% off. Nice. Is the music too loud, guys? Or should I turn it down? I don't know. I try to keep an eye on that volume. Especially like when I change the music. Isn't today crazy? How many times have I gotten raided? Like, I feel like we're at like 6 or 7 raids by now. Today's been just like raids off the chain. Music is all good. Where are you playing at the moment? Oh, this is Bioshock Ambience. One of my favorite playlist things. It just has like a cool vibe to it. I don't know. I only pay $10 for the card against humanity. Everything box trying to find the really inappropriate cards to filter out for my group. Oh, I gotcha. I've not. I don't even. Is that like? So you're saying like this is a physical game, right? It's like a physical game. I'll be honest. I'm not good at card games. Whenever it's like that meme. Whenever someone tries to explain to you like the rules of a card game, my brain just turns off. I can't do it. I could of course put some eldritch elements into the skull, but I don't know. Really fun and satire. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of that. I don't like psychological games too much, but Cards Against Humanity is a fun one. No rules to remember as such. I also got Exploding Kittens for $6-7 instead of $22. Brutal. That's brutal. I don't even know where you would go to find an exploding kitten. That's got to be like a rare find. Is that another? Exploding Kittens sounds like a fun game. I've never heard of that before though. I kind of want like these ropes or chains going across from these beams. What does exploding kittens mean? Sounds so ugly, lol. I kind of want like these chains going across the field here, like from these beams. And then maybe like rags, like like rags, like kind of going off of the chains, like stuck to the chains, kind of thing. Just some. This could be like I don't know, maybe a metaphor for facing death or something. I don't know. I don't know where I just wanted like epic stuff to put in here. I started off with a head, then I was like, if I put astronauts and a giant head in the same picture, it's gonna look like Prometheus and stuff like that. So I'll have to like, I'm like, no, so maybe I should just do a big face, like just a big head with like a sort of like a dystopian mask, like a diesel punk mask. Then I didn't end up going in that direction, so I'm like, I'm just more or less like combining random elements at this point and just hoping for like a miracle. I think I'm gonna try and find tan paper, but like a little bit smoother next time. I'm gonna try and go into the smoother area to for I think it's gonna complement my style better than having maybe this is maybe this is like texture. Maybe this is more texture than I think, because I went one time I went towards this French, like really expensive French paper. I forget the name of it, but I tried that and I kind of didn't like the I didn't really, I wasn't digging it, or I thought, I'm like, this is really expensive paper, it must be equals better. But then like I think I realized that like you really don't need, you just need paper that suits your style more so than like all the other elements. I'm off. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you, Kamu Wamu. I appreciate that. Have a great day, Kama. Nice. I could even, you know what I could do is instead of trying to make the skull darker, kind of white out the background with with this charcoal, or not charcoal, this pastel, and then say that this color, this darkness that the paper is what the skull is. That way I don't have to, because if I darken this in, I'm gonna have to recontrast all of this, and you know, it's like a rabbit hole of darkness. So I'm thinking like maybe the smarter way to establish this would be like to just kind of hit the background with a white to say like the skull is as dark as it is, and we'll clean the skull up too. It'll look a lot more refined by the time all is said and done. But I'm just sort of I just want to establish that this is going to be white. This is going to be like the background kind of the desert or whatever. I don't usually do desert environments. They're like my least favorite. I always, you know, I get thirsty just thinking about it. But I guess they say it's teeming with life. I'm going to hit that with a brush a little bit. I just want to establish that this is going to be a different background, because what I don't want to do is kind of render the skull out with like more darkness, and then I have to go back to this guy and make him a lot darker to differentiate him in a foreground. So I think this will work. And then we'll do more layers of that and stuff. The camera is overexposing how messy it looks. It actually doesn't look that bad. It's just it overcompensates for the contrast and stuff. This is man a chilled brute. Get this man a chilled brute. I noticed real correlation with your work. Honestly, Frank Zappa level detail. Frank Zappa. I'll check it out. Frank Zappa. Oh wait. Frank Zappa. I'm getting a musician. Art. great work from him that was themed for fantasy writers. All I'm seeing is like when I put it Frank Zappa, I'm just getting paintings of a guy who was a musician, and it's the same guy. Yeah, weird. I don't know. Let me look him up real quick. All right. Oh, I've heard of this guy before. Oh, you know what? Somebody has told me that some of my stuff looks like his because it's got like sort of muscular warriors and stuff. Yeah. Obviously, his stuff is at a whole different level for sure. I'm trying to get to Frank Zappa level for sure. It's crazy. Yeah, see, he does that thing where in the shadows you can't see anything sometimes, like the pure black shadow kind of look. I don't know how to achieve that sometimes. I'm still working on that puzzle piece. Like, I mean, obviously sometimes I can do it, but like sometimes I just can't. I haven't figured out the trick to doing it like reliably the way I want. Where they're like within the darkest shadows, it's all like just pure blacked out, and it kind of creates this like very cool look. Still working on that though. I'm just gonna kind of look in some of the detail. I kind of wanted this like kind of like horror and horror and exploration kind of vibe, I guess, for this picture. You know, I kind of hit that kind of middle ground where he's definitely exploring like uncharted territory of. I'm just gonna kind of refine the skull, just kind of like make it look cleaner. That's what I really need to do for the most part, and then I'll make the background white to make this kind of like understandable that this is not, this is the, you know, whatever the natural color of the paper is, that's what that, how dark the skull is going to be. But as far as single player games that I'm like really looking forward to is like there's Hail to the Rainbow. That one looks really good. It's like sort of like Soviet, but it's like post-apocalyptic Soviet and like robots gone bad kind of game. And then there's like one that's like more same thing but in Europe. I forget. I think it's I forget the name of it, but it's like Automata or something like that. It's like has like automatic in the name. But those are, as far as like single player horror sort of robot dystopian robot in horrible worlds. Those are the two games I'm waiting for. Like I said, I don't want to get too crazy with the. But I don't know. I might pick up Battlefield 6. We'll see. I'm not too excited about the $70 price tag, but we'll see. Maybe I'll get it like a year later for hopefully a discount. Even though Battlefield has never been like my main game, but I've always enjoyed Battlefield, you know. Vince9, welcome, man. How's your day going? I know I said I wasn't going to shade the skull, and now I'm shading the skull. I can't help it. My hand just does it by itself. I was just going to try to carefully refine some of the elements to make it like look a little bit more refined. Like, I can't trust my hand to do its job without like staying focused. I believe they just had a release of old series of mech robots be remastered and released. But I still think Metal Gear Solid would be my recommendation for a great series of technological warfare. That one I never touched. I never touched Metal Gear Solid. I didn't have a PlayStation, so I kind of went down. Well, I had a PlayStation 1, but I never played Metal Gear Solid. And then, like, I went into the 360 kind of area. Okay, if this chain, let me just kind of, if this chain here kind of is going across the field here, I need to kind of map it out a little bit better. It should go, if I do, I think it'd be easier to, I really like the, we can just draw two of them actually. We can have one going more towards us, like this way, and it'll be like a bigger chain, kind of like slowly getting bigger. And that one off to the side will have, I still gotta fix that though, it's like, I like to input like lengthy things, like just like lines and chain, like just kind of add, I don't know, am I getting too wild with this? I think I'm just gonna have this go up here. It just makes more, I just like the way it looks. I'll have to fix that side. I'll have to draw some geometry here that makes sense for that. And add another loop for that chain. have like another sort of chain loop right here. Okay. I'm just gonna draw a little bit of a chain, some chain action, just to kind of keep that in mind. The pinup girls in Metal Gear Solid was one of my one was a great Easter egg for a teenage boy. Understandable. Hope your thumb's okay. It looks like you've you've been through a beating. My thumb? Does my thumb look okay? I don't know. It looks. I don't know. Hope your thumb is okay. Well, I appreciate that, but no, my thumb is. I've never broke. I don't think I've ever broken it. I've never had self consciousness about my hands until this very moment. It's like good luck. It looked bruised. Good luck with that thumb you got there, bud. I've never really had self consciousness about that until you just said that. You know you're weird. You remember that weird thumb thing you got going on? How's that rash you got? How's that going? Binga bonga bonga. I kind of want each link to get progressively bigger for this because I want this. I want this kind of. I could name this something super cringy, like the folds of time. Like give it some like super cringy, like there's some like super deep meaning to it to me or something. I don't know. I think maybe this would work better if this guy was a little bit more mysterious and like hooded. You know what I mean? And like was just walking like hooded with like a sword. It would be more of that nature. But right now it's sort of I'm not getting the metaphor here. It's just sort of a cool picture without too much context. Sometimes it goes like that. Man, after a major operation on my shoulder, I was cut real deep. Now I have these shark-like teeth marks on my back and chest. So far I'm good. I've never had major surgery like that. But, you know, you never know. I mean, I feel like that's not really bad though. That's pretty like, if like for a dude, like if you got like scars on your body and you can put your shirt on and it's like it's not even like a big deal. You know what I mean? It looks like I'm at 7 hours. I'm gonna go feed my dog and walk him, but I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow to continue this. I think it's going in a good place. I think it's worth pursuing this. It looked a little bit more epic in my head, but I guess this is just part of like learning, right? But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I do like it. I think it's worth finishing this, but I was like imagining something maybe more. But yeah, I'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow. I usually start at like 9 to 11, and then I go for like about 7 hours. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. But yeah, I gotta go walk my dog and all that good stuff. Thank you. I have followed. I can't wait to see the finished piece. I hope it turns out as good as I'm that it comes together. Right now, it's like I'm looking at it and I'm like, wow, this is in my mind. This was a lot more. You know what I mean? But sometimes as you like finish it, it like comes together in the way you kind of envisioned it. I wanted this ethereal. I don't know. It's like these vibes of whatever. I think the problem is maybe I made this guy a little too understandable. So like some of the mystery's gone, but it could be like metaphorical struggle or whatever. Anyway, I really appreciate all the follows today. Super crazy day, a lot of follows. But yeah, let me rate out. Let me end YouTube first. Bye YouTube.